1, 2. It's a bit better now.
Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, colleagues. Let's start our meeting. We have today we are getting a briefing from our quality assurance bodies. We have we'll start with CHE, followed by QCTO, and then South African Qualifications Authority. They're going to give us their briefing on their annual reports for the 2024-2025. I was saying we have a number of apologies. The first one is the minister is not here. He's attending or is launching the Center for IR Center of Excellence, I think, at Motheo TVET College in Bloemfontein. The two deputy ministers have been assigned responsibilities abroad. Both of them, one is in Kenya, and Dr. Nomusa is accompanying the president abroad. Then from member side, Dr. Christians must leave at 2 because she has to catch a flight to Kimberley. There are no flights. You see, when you come from small towns, a small dorpies there are no flights. So we'll allow her to leave at 2, and then we have an apology of Honorable Lowe and Honorable Governor, who are on oversight in the Free State with basic education. They serve in that portfolio committee as well. Honorable Msezana, who is not here as well. Honorable Loans indicated he will arrive late. Honorable Souls will arrive late. Honorable Zondo indicated that he won't be able to come today because they've got a party political program. Apparently his party is turning 50 years tomorrow, and is the president of the youth formation of his political party. Those are the only, I think, apologies. Honorable Khakha is still not well. She won't join us. She's still not well. So we're going to have a presentation from these quality councils. I think on their annual report, I think it's safe to say that from compliance point of view, I think all three have been doing extremely well in terms of obtaining clean audits for a number of years consecutively, which is very good. So what we're happy with is that on compliance you guys are doing well. We just want to check as you report the impact that your targets are making in society. So that is what we'll try and concentrate on, because at least the basics you have them right. So for an example, Council for Higher Education, if I were to make an example with you guys, let's say you've got a target that says you want to approve or accredit 20 courses in the year 2025-2026. That's all well and good, but the impact of it will then judge by saying, one, these courses that you are approving for the 25-26, how are they responding to the emerging challenge of unemployed graduates, for an example? Or in other words, the courses that you produce, how are they going to add value in the qualifications that we will produce after studying that? So we will be looking at whether you have looked at these unemployed graduates, which qualifications do they possess? What is the problem? Is the market not taking those? Or is the quality of the accreditation that we gave out below standard or not in line with what the market requires? Or is it because they are unemployed because we have oversaturation of that particular course, those who have graduated from that particular course? So when you produce or when you accredit somebody, we then want to check if you have looked at those particular things. So are your targets really responding to what the South African markets requires? Are your targets going to make an impact in the lives of these graduates that we're producing? Are the accreditation standards that you put there in line with the global standards? Are we competing at that level? So our conversation with you guys will be different from the conversation with those who have compliance issues. It will be mostly on impact. The same goes to QCTO. Our sitters would have trained a lot of people who, when we ask them, can you trace these people that we have produced, you struggle. I think last year or early this year we had a conversation at one sitter where we had asked them to trace learners that they had produced. I think out of about 11,000 that they produced in that particular course, they could only trace about 700. And out of that 700, maybe about 200, they could trace them in an employment environment. And therefore, 200 out of 11,000. It means we have produced or we have trained people for the streets. We have not really trained people to participate in the mainstream economy. And therefore, when we also discuss with you, would want to check are the courses that you are currently accrediting in line with where the economy is currently? Are we able to respond to the economic needs or industry needs of these courses that we are producing for both the sitters and now with the TVET colleges? Because with the direction the TVET colleges is talking about taking now, it will require QCTO to play a serious role in accrediting some of their courses as far as that is concerned. South African Qualifications Authority, I think they've been doing well. I saw that, I think in their presentation as well, but they are now even talking about, they come from a very bad space where they had to retrench, I think about 3 years or so ago, they had to retrench about 100 people or so. And I saw the faces of the leadership there, the previous CEO and the current CEO there, when they tried mechanism to save those jobs. They are slightly in a better position now. I think COVID affected them really bad, but also government institutions are not helping South African Qualifications Authority. We make a plea to all government institutions, all provincial governments, all municipalities. When you do, when you want verification of qualifications, when you have a capable institution like SAQA, why would a government jump a government institution that primarily deals with that issue of verifying qualifications, and you go to private institutions, including in the department? The Department of Higher Education and Training sometimes goes out to verify qualifications of the private institution when we have SAQA in-house. I mean, how is that? You know, it's a motion of no confidence. So you are saying to others, other departments, you are saying to private sector, because you don't have confidence in your own institution. By the way, that has not been accused of maladministration, that has not been accused of wasteful, fruitless, irregular expenditures, that has accounted according to AGSA. I don't know how many years they've had clean audits. They've even improved their turnaround time when it comes to giving feedback on verifications of both local and international qualifications. You still go out and ask some private company to verify. It doesn't make sense, and we want to make a plea to the department. It must start with you, and this department leadership. The Director General has apologized. I forgot his apologies. Is still not well. But it must start with him lobbying all other DGs of all other departments and provincial governments that everything that has to do with the verifications of qualifications must go through this institution called SAQA. There's no reason why you should not. I mean, in their presentation, you'll see that they're also talking about digitizing the certifications, which is, you know, in line with moving forward with using the technology to advance, you know, our thing. So, but the department again is caught wanting because they themselves, I mean, they've been verifying qualifications of these people who have applied to be board members of CITAS, those ones who have applied to be council members of universities. I can tell you for free now that some of them were verified privately. When you have SAQA here, that we, by the way, are underfunding. So it's a discussion department we're going to continue to have with yourself, because it means if you are doing that, you are saying to us that we must lobby to have the right people to lead the department, because you can't have a department that does not have confidence CFO in its entity. The entity, by the way, even on compliance, that performs better than yourselves in the department. Then you are saying you don't have confidence. You don't have to say it with your mouth, but your actions are telling us that you don't have confidence. One, on the funding part, there's problems. I'm sure even QCTO will tell us that we're not funding them. They can't fill posts there when we have given them so much job to verify all these things of all these sitters. I'm sure CHE will also have the same problems on funding. So how we're funding this quality councils leaves a lot to be desired, one. But where we can also lobby and advance their causes, we're not doing so. So I thought I must just open the meeting with those who are, we are all welcome. Those who are coming here for the first time, welcome. Chairperson of QCTO, Ms. Amanda Mapena. No, I think I've seen you before. It's not the first time you come here. Yeah, no. So just welcoming those ones who are coming for the first time. All of us are welcome. We'll start with introducing each other, and then from there we will then give CHE to start. So my name is Tebo Kholitsi. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training, and a member of Parliament. You see, so when we introduce ourselves, you don't say, my name is Nkateko from the department. You must say what you do, Nkateko, in the department, right? Exactly. My name is Tebo Kholitsi, a member of Parliament, and I have the responsibility to chair the committee. Anele, we'll go this way.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, honorable members and our guests. My name is Anele Kambingis. I'm the committee secretary.
Good morning, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members. I am Sanele Nene, Acting CEO for purposes of this discussion, but substantively Director of Standards and Capacity Development. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and the members of the committee. I am Voyogazi Memani Sidile. I am the Chair of the Council on Higher Education. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Katongo Kabwe. I'm the Acting Chief Financial Officer. I'm the Manager for Finance at the CHE.
Good morning, Council. My name is Sanele Mlochwa. I'm the Deputy Chairperson of QSTO.
Morning, Chair, members and colleagues. I'm Katuma Posa, the Chief Financial Officer of QCTO.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable members of the portfolio. My name is Amanda Mapena, the Chairperson for the QCTR.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. My name is Vijayan Naidu, the Chief Executive Officer of the Quality Council for Trades and Occupations.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. All protocols observed. My name is David Mabusela. I'm the Acting DDG for Skills Branch in the Department of Higher Education and Training. Thank you.
And you are leading the department today.
Yeah, I've been assigned that task.
Good morning, Honourable Chair. Good morning, Honourable Members, colleagues. My name is David Mohlamme, Parliamentary Liaison Officer and Office of the DG.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning, Honorable Members, colleagues. I am Philip Chabalala, Chief Director, Teaching, Learning and Research Development in the University Education Branch of the Department of Higher Education and Training.
Morning, Chair. Morning, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, colleagues. My name is Lucian Kearns. I'm the Acting CFO for the Department of Higher Education and Training.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. My name is Nkateko Sowani Ngobeni, an Acting Branch Coordinator in the University Education Branch at the Department of Higher Education and Training.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Moye Rapaza. I'm the Director responsible for strategic planning and reporting in the Department of Higher Education and Training.
Colleagues from SAQA, we're introducing ourselves.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable members. Our sincere apologies for coming in so late. My name is Nadia Starr. I'm the CEO of the South African Qualifications Authority.
Good morning, Honourable Chair and Honourable members. My name is Innocent Kumbuchuma. I'm the CFO for the South African Qualifications Authority. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. This one. Morning, Chair. The name is Boni Gantile, SAQA board member.
Good morning, honourable members. My name is Diaping Matsal. I'm the Senior Manager of Strategic Planning and Governance.
Good morning, Chair, honourable members. My name is Tabile Nkwane. I am the Parliament and Cabinet Support from the Office of the Minister. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members of Parliament, colleagues. My name is Lonjabulo Zuma. I am under the Parliament and Liaison at the Minister's Office.
Good morning, Chairperson, Honourable Members of Parliament, colleagues. My name is Steve Manpehu. I'm the Parliament and Cabinet Liaison Officer in the Office of the Minister. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members, everybody present. I'm Tanya Kleinans, Executive Secretary to Chairperson.
Good morning, Chairperson, members, delegation from the QCTO CHE SAQA, Mampaho Modiba, Committee Content Advisor.
Good morning, colleagues. All protocol observed. I'm Dr. Delmaine Christians, a member of the Portfolio Committee.
Good morning, Chairperson, colleagues, morning, and morning to the invited entities of the department and the department officials. All protocol observed. My name is Sihle Ngubane. I'm the member of this Portfolio Committee.
Braupa, introduce yourself.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Good morning, everyone. My name is Opa Budibe. I am in the Office of the Minister as a researcher. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we've all introduced ourselves. So I'm going to hand over to the department to lead the entities. And then from there, we're going to give to the chair of Council for Higher Education. And then she will give to the acting CEO to lead their presentation. Thank you very much, Department.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let me take this opportunity to thank you and the members for giving us this opportunity to really present the excellent work of the three institutions. And I must actually reiterate your sentiments in the sense that the three of them, as they are going to present here, it basically captures the quality of work that you have narrated. Without any further waste of time, I will not go to the statutory provisions of these institutions as they are commonly known, but then rather I'll just touch on the summary work that they have done, more so that they will delve deeper into the actual work, the achievements, the challenges that they are facing post and currently within the 24-25 financial year. With respect to Council for Higher Education and Training Chair, they have achieved a clean audit, and if it is noted in the annual performance report, it's clear that they have met quite a number of their targets. Out of the 41 that they were supposed to deliver, they managed to achieve 39 of them, which is quite an excellent achievement. They will narrate deeper on those achievements. And we must also note, Chair, that it's one of the institutions that is facing quite a serious challenge with respect to budget constraints. And in spite of that, though, they were able to make these achievements. I must also state, Chair, that they have supported the department with respect to enabling the department to do a lot of its work at this current point in time. And what is very remarkable, Chair, is their transition to the digital strategy. They have succeeded, Chair, to finalize their strategy with respect to digitalization. And basically, we're looking forward to the actual application of the strategy. Following, Chair, your directive with respect to the presentation, the QCTO also, Chair, is one of the institutions that has done quite very well with respect to meeting their targets. And with them also, they will delve deeper into the actual achievements that they have posted. And it's one of the critical institutions, Chair, that supports quality assurance in its broader terms. But then, however, it should be noted in this House, Honorable Chair, that they are also an institution that is facing critical challenges with respect to funding, and to some extent, or let me say to a greater extent, that affects their delivery one way or the other. And also one way or the other, a way must be found as to how then they are assisted to basically surmount this problem of funding. Then the last, Chair, institution that will present to this House, Chair, it will be SAQA. And also, coming back to them, they've done quite very well, and their annual report will basically present that work. I will not delve deeper into the actual details of what they have achieved, but suffice to say, their work is also excellent, and it will be testimony on just itself as it is presented. It is also critical to note that the Minister will be appointing the SAQA board before the end of the year, which will then facilitate or also promote sustainability with respect to their governance structures. Without any further waste of time, Chair, let me hand over to you, and then, yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you again, Chair. Firstly, I'd like to extend apology for the CEO, Dr. Green. He is attending a conference in Mauritius, and he couldn't change his plans after we had the invite, and also the CFO. And so I have the acting CEO, Dr. Sanele Nene, and the acting CFO, Mr. Katongo Kabwe. So what we will do is I will just give the structure and a brief intro before the CEO takes us through to the performance of the organization. So I will briefly look at the mandate, vision, mission, and strategy, and then the part 2 will be done by Sanele, and then part 3 will be done by Katongo, part 3 and 4, and then part 5 will come back, and some specific issues are covering the issues that have been requested for us to cover in our presentation, and then I will do the concluding remarks after we've done that. And so, Chair, this picture here, I think it will also answer some of the questions or comments that you made earlier on as to what is the impact of Council on Higher Education to the society. And these are the 3 spheres that are mandated to us to look into, which is the quality assurance in higher education, the research and advice, and higher education and oversight. And these 3 spheres, they do interact and overlap, and they do inform the work of each of one of those. I'll give you an example. The advice that we give to the minister, it does inform what we do in other areas. One of the pieces of advice that we did was research on types of institutions. So that advice would have an impact on higher education quality assurance. For instance, the colleges, the nursing colleges and the agricultural colleges, which would inform their quality assurance regime. And another example that we would look as to what is the impact of CHE is work that we've done for the Minister on higher education transformation. That one of the studies that we had done was the participation of Black South Africans in doctorate programs, and that would also have an impact in the transformation of transformation in higher education. So so I'm not going to go into detail into all those things. And then, what is the mandate? It is conferred by the Higher Education Act 101 of 1997, and the main things being to advise the minister, arrange and coordinate conferences that informs the work that we do. And also through the HEQC, we promote quality assurance in higher education, audit, which are the institutional audits in public and private institutions, and also see their quality assurance mechanism and see how it's working. And then, of course, one of the impact is to promote access of students to higher education institutions by making sure that the policy is opening up the access of all students to higher education and any other functions that are designated to us by the minister. And then the other piece of legislation that informs our work is the National Qualifications Framework Act, number 67 of 2008. But I will not go into detail on that because it is in our annual report. And then the additional mandate that we'd been given by the minister as well, when the minister was still Minister Nzimande, looking into transformation oversight in higher education, and then there's other areas where we, papers and other places where we find where we need to do some work. For instance, the National Plan for Post-School Education and Training. And so it gives us something to do as well as the CHE. And so good progress has been done, but this additional mandate, it is not funded. So we try and find work that we can do within the budgets that we have, but we'll talk about that later. And then this is a quick structure of the council, and there myself as a chairperson, and then the committees that we have, the HR, the Audit and Risk Committee, the ICT, and Higher Education Quality, Research and Monitoring, and Nominations and Governance Committee. And then just putting the faces to the names, and it's also in the annual report if you want more details. On the structure, this is the management structure. This is the old structure, and that we had before the new year. And Sanela will talk to the new structure as well, and they were all fully they were all fully occupied at that time, except that Dr. Britta Zawada had retired at the end of December 2024. And then what we had in the strategic plan 2020 to 2025, which ended in March 2025 in the annual report that we have. This just the highlights that we had the innovative quality higher education responsive to the needs of society as our vision. And what is it that we want to what is our mission as a quality assurance and advisory body? We want to lead and manage external quality assurance, regulate qualifications through the HEQSF, which the chair did touch on, about the qualifications, and also to become an intellectual hub for higher education research, monitoring policy, and critical discourse, which would then inform the higher education policy and practices. And then, of course, we advise the minister on all higher education matters. And with this, then we came with the outcomes. And we had 5 outcomes in that strategy. And one is CHE as an effective custodian of the HEQSF. And then the next one, comprehensive, coherent quality assurance system for the higher education sector, a reputable center of intellectual discourse, knowledge and generation, and advice on higher education, governance, compliance, and risk management, sustainable, responsive, and dynamic organizations. And these strategic outcomes, we have organized them into 4 programs, and one being the management of the HEQSF and quality promotion, and the program 2, quality assurance, and then the other programs, research, monitoring, and advice, and corporate that. And how do these, if we look at them in a different structure, that is the outcomes, and then we've got the implementation programs. And from these programs, then we've got functions and sub-programs. And if you would like to see the detail, is on page 24 of the annual report. And so they will come out as we report on each one of them, of the outcomes that we have achieved. And then from my side, Chair, and then I will hand over to Dr. Sarah Nene to take us through the achievements and the performance indicators. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair of the Council. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, colleagues in this sector, I'll be taking us through our non-financial performance indicators. Chairs, has already been noted, we achieved 95% of our targets. We missed only 2 of the 41 targets that we had set for ourselves for the financial year. We would like to state the reasons for missing these 2. We had, as part of the target of completing a number of institutional audit reports in a financial year, struggled to complete one particular report for one public institution on time, and that is the Sefako Makgatho University report. It was eventually completed, but it could not be achieved during the financial year because we needed that report to be of a standard of quality expected of the process, but also to be useful to the institution as all other reports are meant to be. We're also struggling to get some of the private higher education institutional reports to be completed on time because the process naturally takes slightly longer than you expect because we need the quality of these reports to be good, to be consistent across the board. But also in the private higher education space, Chair, you would understand that the impact of our decision is slightly different from how it would be for public institutions. And so we really have to be careful that these reports are useful and assist private higher education institutions. So these particular targets was missed as a result of that. We are happy to say that immediately after missing it in the previous financial year, we achieved it in this current financial year. The second target that we struggled to meet last year is one on corporate services. And that is on the percentage of occupied positions within the approved organizational structure of the CHE. We had, as the Chair has just noted, and as the DDG also noted earlier, a termination or 2 terminations in the previous financial year. One was a retirement, as the Chair indicated earlier, where one of the colleagues had to retire because they had reached retirement age. The other was a non-confirmation of an appointment because of poor performance during probation period. It is an unusual thing for for a colleague to struggle to complete a probation period, but this was an exceptional circumstance. Unfortunately, we could not fill these positions before the end of the financial year. We have subsequently been able to fill one of the positions, and we hope to do so, finalize the appointment for the other position. Chair, we want to highlight some of the achievements here. Like our sister organizations, we're beginning to collect clean audits and we're creating a room specifically for these clean audit certificates. Just to show off, it's going to be our trophy room. That is our intention going forward. We are quite happy with the 95% target of meeting these targets. We would like to achieve 100%, but we do also know that it's quite a serious ambition given the number of targets that we have set ourselves. To answer your question again, Chair, more directly, we've improved on the program accreditation turnaround times. We have a much more efficient, more streamlined, easier system than we've done before. But we have to note, and we'll come back to this point later, that we had experienced a serious backlog as a result of HEQSF alignment processes back in 2019, which backlog we have now resolved. We are happy to report that we've moved from a turnaround time of an average of 18 months to about 8 or 6 months. The target of 6 months seems to be what we are going to end up at this stage. We have done quite a number of institutional audits. All public institutions, as we sit now, have been audited and are going through improvement plan phases. We hope to close all of them quite soon. And we have quite a number of private higher education institutions that are now also undergoing this process. For those of us who have been in the system for a while, you'll recall that when we did institutional audits the first time around, it took years to complete, and some institutions could not participate, particularly private higher education institutions. Right now, all institutions that exist and registered as higher education providers, they are going through these audits. So we're quite happy with our progress here. In the reporting period, the CHE won the right to host the INQUAHE Forum, which is the network of international quality assurance agencies. It's a very important space for international quality assurance agencies. We will be hosting this at Sun City next year in February, and we're busy with these arrangements. We have initiated qualification standards, a review of qualification standards on initial teacher education. Colleagues will recall that there's been an outcry, a lot of concerns raised on initial teacher education. From the CHE's point of view, ours was to respond through qualification standards to try and establish parity of quality across the institutions that provide these qualifications in the country, both public and private. And we are now going to be conducting a review of those institutions, having developed the two qualification standards, the Bachelor of Education, as well as the Postgraduate Certificate in Education across 4 phases. In addition to this, we are doing a modes of provision review, a themed review, to understand how institutions have transitioned from their originally accredited mode of provision to now online provision or blended provision based on the requirements and the concessions that the HEQ has made as a result of the COVID-19 situation. So these processes are massive processes that we're now actually going to undertake. Honourable Chair, if you allow me, I must indicate that one of our achievements based on this is being able to draw on additional resources. The DDG has already noted that we are experiencing serious underfunding, and we are on a drive now to draw funds where we can through donors, sponsorship on several projects. But in doing so, we maintain our independence in terms of the law. So whenever we have an income or a donation or a grant that supports a specific project, we are very clear that the independence of the CHE will be maintained to ensure the integrity of the system and to protect the public from undue influences. We have, over the reporting period, provided 3 pieces of advice to the Minister. One of the advices was on the integration of the Institute of Human Sciences into the Science Research Council. The other was on the institutional type policy, and the third one would have been on the amendments to the Higher Education Act. In terms of impact, Chair, perhaps there is no other space that is more impactful at this stage beyond our research space. We are producing quite a number of research projects, publications that have high impact. Our Vital Stats, which is a regular publication that we have, is receiving not only local attention and cited locally widely, but it is also internationally recognized as a credible source of information in terms of how the higher education sector looks. We are actually quite happy with the work that we're doing with this space, and later on you will see the number of publications that we've had in the reporting period. We host, again, higher education conferences, and in this financial year we hosted a very successful higher education conference. This is receiving more and more attention, and we think it's one of those high impact conferences. Our colleagues also at SAQA had their own conference, which was highly successful. So the space itself is beginning to coordinate and getting to be of high value intellectually, not just in terms of the day-to-day administrative work that we are doing. So we're very happy with our own conference. We need to expand it because we received more abstracts than we could host. In fact, we had to reject quite a number of them. We were very sorry to do so, but space was quite limited. And then lastly, as a highlight, is that we are conducting a review of the higher education qualifications sub-framework, which is very close to being finalized. This process took longer than we were hoping to take, but we needed to consult much more widely than initially planned so that we get it right, because the HEQSF is a very serious, a very important instrument of the NQF, and it guides essentially the sector. It guides the nature of the qualifications, Honourable Chair, that we are now going to be accrediting going forward, and how the sector responds to national and global imperatives. We're also then looking at other projects associated with this, including quality assurance of in-country and cross-border higher education collaborative qualifications, to allow institutions to develop and offer qualifications in collaboration with institutions across the continent and anywhere else in the globe. Chair, my last slide before handing over to the acting CFO for now would be to demonstrate what I've just been saying about the high value of our research space. These are just some of the publications that we've done in the financial year. These are highly cited publications, high impact publications. We continue to put more focus in this space because we draw from this space information that we then use, data that we then use to advise the minister when we are requested to do any advice in this instance. Thank you very much for now, Chair. If I may hand over then to the acting CFO.
Thank you, Acting CA. Okay. Thank you, Acting CEO. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the members of the Portfolio Committee. I'm going to take you through the financial performance of the CHE for the financial year 2024-2025. The CHE was operating on a budget of 101.4 million during the year, and we actually received revenue of 103.8 million. Chair, the breakdown of that budget is between the government grant we get from the DHET of 84.87 million, funds that we receive from accreditation fees of 6.7 million, interest income that we receive on surplus balances at the Reserve Bank. We have the conditional grant for the quality assurance project of 3.6 million. And then we had also the approved rollover of funds from the previous financial year of 4.3 million. Chair, in terms of the variance between the budget and the actual revenue that we received, the revenue from exchange transaction for the financial year was higher than the budgeted amount due to the increased number of applications in accreditation. The Chair made mention of the fact that we've improved turnaround times in accreditation from 18 months to 6 months, and the impact of that is that we received more revenue during the financial year. Secondly, Chair, there is also interest income that we received that was more than the amount that we budgeted for due to additional surplus balances that we had at the bank, and also we received conference fees during the financial year. In terms of the budget and expenditure, Chair, for the budget that we had, it's split between compensation of employees at 46.5 million, and the actual expenditure was 46.6 million, and then goods and services was 54.9 million, and then the actual was 51 million. In terms of the variances, Chair, the next two slides just speaks to the reasons for the under and over expenditure, as well as the savings that we realized during the financial year. I will just highlight the main ones and take the rest of the slides as read. In employee cost was slightly higher than budget due to a late provision of the bonus for the financial year. We realized savings in legal fees during the year due to reduced litigation. And then we also had savings from repairs and maintenance for the building because the CHE owns the building. And then we also realized savings in travel and accommodation because a lot of meetings that were budgeted for were held virtually as a result. The next slide just speaks to the savings in the different specific programs for the CHE, Chair. I would like to go to the next slide, which speaks to the top 10 cost drivers for the CHE, just to give an indication to the members on where the budget for the CHE is allocated to. The biggest cost driver for the CHE is the peer academics. As you would know, Chair, that the core work of the CHE is highly peer academic driven, so it only makes sense then that most of its budget is allocated to peer academics. We've got ICT expenses also taking up a lot of our budget. We've got travel and accommodation because the peer academics are all over the country, so we need to travel for site visits and audits, and so travel and accommodation is a big cost driver for the CHE. To make up the rest of the cost drivers, we've got auditors' remuneration, which is internal and external audit fees, venue and catering, remuneration for council and committee members, consultancy services, printing, legal fees, and recruitment fees, Chair. I would just like to highlight what is included in the ICT expenses. We have a lot of systems, IT systems at the CHE, and they require a lot of maintenance and support. And so a lot of the cost that we have is for license fees and support and maintenance for those financial systems and other IT systems that we have for the CHE. Chair, I now come to the fruitless and wasteful expenditure for the year under review. The CHE identified 38,000 in terms of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. 33,000 was finalized in this financial year, and it relates to the cancelled accommodation for an employee and the private kilometers incurred on a CHE hired car. In terms of consequence management, Chair, we have the Financial Misconduct Committee, which is a committee that investigates instances where the CHE suffers any financial losses. The committee condoned the amount. The employee concerned with cancelled accommodation was found guilty, and his probation was not confirmed, and his employment was terminated. The amount charged for the private kilometers incurred was recovered from the employee concerned. Chair, the 5,000 was interest charged on late payment of an invoice, and this is still under investigation. It will be finalized in the 2025-2026 financial year and will be reported during the next briefing. In terms of irregular expenditure, Chair, we've got 124 that was identified during the financial year. It is broken down between a payment to UNISA for a training course without following supply chain processes. We've got a website maintenance of 33,000. The service provider continued to work on the CHE website after their contract had expired. And then we also had an emergency team building that was facilitated by an external service provider without following the supply chain processes. In terms of consequence management for those identified cases, Chair, the first one, the employee concerned was not found guilty because it was identified that the event did take place and the CHE representative did participate in the event. The IT administrator that was responsible for the website maintenance contract was dismissed on the 11th of October 2024 for serious dereliction of duties, including this particular matter. And then a warning letter was issued to the concerned employee for the emergency team building that was undertaken without following supply chain processes. Chair, then there was an amount of 8,000 that was identified during the financial year for cancellation and booking of accommodation without following SCM processes. However, this matter is still under investigation at the end of that financial year. Finally, on this issue, Chair, we had an unfortunate incident at the CHE where one of the CHE officials was abducted in the precinct of the CHE. This official is the one that is delegated or assigned to have the company credit card for the CHE. The abductors took her around 4 o'clock, and then once they did that, they demanded that she submits the PIN numbers for all the credit cards that she had on her person. Unfortunately, she also had the company credit card on her person. In terms of consequence management, the first 7,000 was condoned, considered by the FMC, and the employee concerned was found not guilty of negligence. The balance of it was still under investigation at the end of 31st March, as we requested more information from the concerned employee. Chair, I now turn to the report of the Auditor General. We did receive, as indicated earlier, a clean audit, which is the third clean audit for the CHE. And then they identified 2 matters as audit findings, and these audit findings were classified by the AG as housekeeping. The first one relates to the change in estimate disclosures. Chair, we identified some assets at the CHE that were reaching the end of their useful lives in the asset register, but when we inspected these assets, we realized that they were still in good usable condition, so we decided to extend their useful lives, and as a result, we had to make a disclosure to the financial statements. We only disclosed the qualitative aspect of that impact of the change in estimate, but the AG were of the view that we need to disclose both the qualitative and the quantitative aspect of that disclosure. The second finding was for the lack of alignment between the governance decisions taken at council level and formal internal policy documentation. Chair, they picked the performance moderation charter where they say that the allocation used to include in the provision for bonus was not clear and there was a misalignment between the actual rate used and the one that is taken at council level. So these were the two findings, Chair, and they were first-time findings, hence we're saying they are non-recurring findings. It's the first time they were picked up by the AG. In terms of the strategic audit action plan to address these two findings, Chair, we have what we call the year-end financial close process, which is simply a checklist that we have for all the disclosures to the financial statements. So we've made sure that we've included this into the checklist that we have to ensure that the next time when we do have a change in estimate, we disclose both the qualitative and quantitative aspect as identified by the AG. Secondly, Chair, the performance management moderation charter will be adjusted to ensure alignment with the governance decisions that are taken at council to avoid confusion and misinterpretation. Chair, the last part of my presentation deals with the budget baseline for the current year and the MTF period. We are currently sitting at 107.9 million for the financial year, broken down between 88.5 million from the department. We project to have received from private accreditation and quality reviews of 7 million. We've got a conditional grant for the quality assurance project from the University of Joburg for 10.8 million. And then we also estimate to have interest income from surplus balances at the bank of 1.4 million. In terms of the MTF period, Chair, we are moving from the grant of 92.6 million and all the way to 101 in 2028-2029 in the financial year. In terms of the allocation of the expenses of the budget, currently, Chair, the split is between compensation of employees and goods and services. We've got currently operating at 45.1 million in terms of compensation of employees, and then goods and services of 62.7 million. Over the MTF period, Chair, the budget is for compensation of employees 47 million, going all the way to 51.4 million. The average increase in the budget for compensation for employees is 5% as per the instruction from National Treasury, Chair. So this budget that I've tabled has been approved by National Treasury in order for the CHE to continue to implement its mandate, implement its strategic plan, as well as implementing the approved quality assurance framework by all core programs supported with program administration. Chair, just to identify the risks associated with the budget baseline in terms of COE, what we are highlighting is that the budget that we've presented does not cater for the full organizational structure that has been approved. It only reflects the funded posts that are currently at the CHS, so it's a funded budget and not the full approved organizational structure. And also we're highlighting that bonuses, performance bonuses are not included in this budget and because those are dependent on the availability of funds at the end of the financial year. In terms of the ratio between composition of employees and goods and services, Chair, the ratio is 45% to 55% respectively. And then finally, Chair, just want to highlight the risk associated with the budget baseline in expenditure. We are saying that the institutional site visits that we require for effective implementation, they're not all undertaken due to the limitation of the budget. And also finally that quality assurance is a peer-driven exercise, and then the budget for peer academics to be involved in quality assurance is also limited. Thank you very much, Chair. I'll hand over back to the Acting CEO.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Some of the specific issues we were asked to respond to. One is on an efficient accreditation system. We've already highlighted that we've made significant strides in improving our accreditation system and processes from a turnaround time of 18 months to now about 6 months on average. We are quite happy with this. we have to highlight again, Honourable Chair, that the issue really was about the HQSF alignment process. Back in 2019. The deadline was in 2019, and we received quite a number of applications on last minute with very limited capacity within the institution to handle that number of qualifications. And that created even more backlog for other non-HQSF alignment related applications that were then affected. We've now completely dealt with the bulge or bubble, as we used to call it, and now only just dealing with new applications. So the 6 months is where we're settling as the average in terms of processes. Of course, there will be some institutions that will fall outside of this, but those will be institution-based or specific issues that then have to be attended. Based on what we've now approved as the quality assurance framework, which we are now implementing fully, we are taking a streamlined, integrated approach, but that takes into account the individual context of institutions, both in terms of quality assurance broadly, but also specifically in terms of program accreditation or qualifications accreditation. What we're saying is that depending on how robust the individual institution's internal quality assurance system is, that system will then have a differentiated approach or differentiated engagement with the CHE. If on the one hand the institution is found to have robust internal quality assurance systems to really assure the quality of its own programs at an institutional level, as well as the processes for development of those programs and qualifications, we would have a limited engagement with that institution. We would leave that institution to do what it needs to do. Of course, without delegating our function or our mandates to institutions, because we can't legally to do that. But we can, of course, say that institutions take more responsibility for their programs. And so we can engage with that institution after an extended period of time. If, on the other hand, the institution is found to have limited internal quality assurance capabilities, its systems are still in development, then we'll have a different engagement with that institution. We would be looking at accreditation processes that are much more rigorous with that institution, that are actually more long-term, and that process might take longer than it would for an institution whose system is found to be more robust. It is important for us to state, Chair, without making an excuse, but as a statement of fact, that some of the challenges we're experiencing with program accreditation is as a result of poor submissions from some institutions in terms of applications. And this is common across the board. It's not just a CHE issue, it's generally an issue in the sector. What we are now going to be doing, in fact, we've started doing this, we're going to be ramping up this, is capacity development on program design, program accreditation processes, and ensuring that the systems have the capacity that they need to submit sound, high-quality applications to the CHE so that we can improve the turnaround times. We're experiencing this across the board, but it is less of a problem now than it was in the past because of our capacity development interventions. Back in 2022, Council approved the digital transformation framework based on the pillars that you see before you, honourable members. I'm not going to touch on all of them, except to highlight some, that we needed to have sound ICT governance, which was a risk that we have identified at the time, especially when COVID hit. We were caught left-footed, not knowing exactly how to respond effectively and efficiently. Leveraging strategic partnerships where we need to, and you'll see in one of our slides how we intend to do that. So these are some of the pillars that we are working on in terms of our digital transformation framework. And then we had a roadmap that we're implementing up until the reporting period. And within that roadmap, we had 19 specific projects, many of which have been successfully completed. Some are ongoing and will take a much longer time to actually achieve. Following that, we've developed a new 3-year digital transformation strategy roadmap. Honourable members, the slide before you looks quite busy, because there are a lot of activities associated with this, but that's the nature of digital transformation strategies. There's quite a lot of work that goes into that. We would like to draw your attention to the darker green sort of columns, which are based on these 5 areas: ICT, governance and architecture, infrastructure modernization, business applications automation, data management and analytics, cybersecurity and risk management, as well as digital skills and culture. Although we do have limitations on the budget, what we're able to do is, where we've made savings, is to then reprioritize and allocate our funds to then address some of these ICT challenges. There is a bigger project of the development of the management information system, which also then accommodates some of these projects, some of these activities, so that we're able to at least to pick what would be priority areas, short-term priority areas, and those are in the darker green columns that you are seeing. Those ones have been largely internally funded and internally driven. I must then also state, Chair, that in the context of the nature of these projects, we have very serious capacity challenges, because the team that is really looking after this is only 3 people in real terms, and they have to be split between digital transformation strategy as well as other imperatives and other responsibilities at the CHE. And one of the 3 is not in fact a part of the ICT team. She just happens to be a person with the necessary skills to assist in this regard. So she is split between 3 different projects. So there's very serious capacity challenges in this context. There are other more long-term challenges that we're looking at funding through raising funds elsewhere, including, of course, on the revenue we generate through program accreditation, institutional audits. And that revenue comes largely from a private higher education institution with respect to institutional audits. Of course, it's another conversation we would like to have at some other time with this committee about how we charge, who we charge. By law, we have a right as the CHE to charge for our services, but that's been limited to private higher education institutions and not necessarily public institutions. I know I'm raising a controversial issue. I'm just throwing it out there, Chair, for consideration. The Chair of Council has already noted that we now are operating on a new organizational structure, which we have now approved, and the Council approved it, and it's in operation. We will be phasing this structure over the next few years. The reasons that we needed a new organizational structure is that we undertook a process of looking at ourselves from an external point of view with the sector to understand what we were doing as the CHE, how we were structured in terms of whether that structure was responsive to what we needed to be doing, and what else we needed to take into account in terms of the changes in the sector that we needed then to attend to, and also the expanded mandates of the CHE. The sector itself is changing, both in terms of size but also in nature. We are seeing a lot of private higher education institutions coming into the space. We are also in this particular period in time looking at the agricultural colleges coming into the space, as well as the nursing colleges. So there's an expanding and changing and diverse higher education system that we're now seeing that's quite different from what it was when the CHE was first established. We also needed to strengthen some of the key areas of our functions, such as research, monitoring and advice, and through the QAF to streamline and integrate many of our functions there as well. And also then to look at our ICT capacity and ICT structure to respond to what the sector required. So that's really the reason why we needed a new organizational structure. Also of importance is our need to reduce over-reliance on service providers. We as part of the public sector need to find ways in which we do not really outsource what we can do in-house. And we have looked at the structure and realized that it did not permit for us to then do what we can control in-house. We needed to outsource even some of the more basic services that we could otherwise do on our own. And that's why we needed a new structure. And that structure looks like this, Chair. We have our executive authority, which is a council, and the accounting officer being the chief executive officer. And within the office of the CEO, we have a number of positions and responsibilities to strengthen the strategic focus of that office so that it is less operational and less administrative, more strategic in the way that the CHE and the sector requires. And then directly below that, we have 4 programs, program areas. You have quality assurance, which includes, amongst others, standards and capacity development, accreditation, quality reviews, as well as the management of the higher education qualifications sub-framework. The second program is research, monitoring, policy, and advice, and that's the space that produces much of the publications and research and intellectual work of the CHE. You then have finance, which within it has financial management, supply chain management, and then facilities. And then lastly, you have corporate services, which has information communications technology, human resources management as well. This new structure at a macro level expands the CHE's positions from 52 to 84. Of course, it's going to be phased in over a period of time. It is important, again, to repeat what the acting CFO indicated and what the chair of the board indicated as well, that this is a new, largely unfunded structure. What is funded was what is in place at the time when this was approved. We do need to get it going because it is only through a new, efficient structure where we can actually attend to some of the more serious challenges of the sector. So our structure, our form is based on the quality assurance framework, based on the needs that we have done before we got to approve this particular structure. Thank you, Chair. I will then hand over to the board chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. So this is our last slide. And so as the acting CEO has highlighted the areas where we need increased budget for the CHE so that we can be effective and carry out the full scope and scale of our functions as mandated. Also, when I highlighted the 3 spheres that we operate in, one being the transformation and monitoring and oversight function that the minister had asked us to look into in higher education sector. That area hasn't been funded, and also in the MTF it's not funded. So it's an area that it's important, but it would be difficult to fully implement it without the budget. And then as I showed you the structure of the council, there are 3 vacancies at the moment. 2 have, one has been vacant ever since this new, the current council has been appointed. And then 2 new vacancies because 2 members had resigned from the council, and we have written to the minister about that. And we have also highlighted that in terms of the gaps in the experience and also the qualifications that we require in that is we would require people with teaching and learning experience, and so we would await to fill in those 2 positions, 3 positions in the council. And then we also highlighted earlier on that we would be hosting the conference on inquiry. And this talks to what the chair highlighted earlier on as to do we go out there to globally and compare ourselves to other quality assurance bodies. And this body is one of those where we can learn from others and we can also share our own experiences. So it would be nice to see some of the members attending that conference at that time. Also, we invite the committee that to come and see for yourself and host you at the CHE so that we don't just say this is what we have, what we're doing, so that you can come and see and we can demonstrate some of for instance, the QAF system, and then you can see for yourself that what we are reporting is actually what we are doing. And with that, we want to thank you for inviting us to come and present to this committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We will now, before we invite QCTO, I think because Chairperson of CHE, you are Reverend, we should have started with prayer today. And I missed an opportunity there. But that was on a lighter note. We'll probably end with a prayer. QCTO, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings once more to yourself, Chair, kind self, honorable members, colleagues. Today we are also here to present, as you indicated, Chair. I am the new Chairperson for the Council for the QCTO. I am joined today by the Deputy Chair, Dr. Mlodra, who's behind me, the CEO, Mr. Naidu, who's next to me, and the CFO. We welcome the opportunity to present, Honorable Chair. As you'll know, Chair, that the QCTO Council is a new council, the third term council, or the third council that was before us was the one that was responsible for the 2024-2025. However, Chair, we do have continuity in the council. Dr. Mlodra is one of those members that are returning members, so we are well appraised on what took place in the financial year 2024-2025. Honorable members, the EXCO for the QCTO Council is Dr. Mlodra, who I've just introduced, who's representing public education and training providers, Mr. Ali, who is representing organized business, Ms. Judy, who represents organizations of community and development, Mr. Grant Abbott, who represents organized labor, and the CEO, who's our ex-officio. Other members, Honorable Chair, include Dr. Green, who's the CEO for CHE, Dr. Mafu, who's the CEO for Malusi, Ms. Star, CEO for SAQA, Mr. Kuzwayo, the Executive Officer for the National Skills Authority, Dr. Subramani, representing private education and training providers, Mr. Hoedi, who represents the state, Mr. Vele, representing the state, Mr. Bale, who also represents organizations of community and development, Ms. Ntombi Dludla, who represents the organized business. We do have one vacancy, which is the organized labor. This annual report, Honorable Chair, for 2024-2025 is the fifth and the final report in the 5-year strategy plan, which started in 2021 to 2024-2025. And its theme is the accelerating skills development for inclusive economic growth, which is indicative of the QCTO's recognition for critical role it plays in responding to the challenges of the country, but also ensures the keeping of the pace of technological advancement. The work of the QCTO, Honorable Chair, was largely focused on two broad critical areas. The first is related to the implementation of the occupational qualifications sub-framework, and the second is the QCTO's Vision 2027. The gazetting of the ministerial determination of the sub-frameworks issued in 2020 December enables the revised OQSF gazetted in October 2021. This is the vehicle to drive change, and not only that, it offers a suite for qualification types of levels from level 1 to 8 of the qualification framework, National Qualification Framework, which carries a nomenclature. What? Yes. Nomenclature. What? Catcher, yes. I wanted a synonym from CEO. Similar to the qualification and higher education qualification sub-framework, it provides an alternative learning pathway for learners. The intention is firstly to provide qualifications part qualifications, and skilled programs that are responsive to labor markets demands. Secondly, the destigmatization of the occupational and trade sectors as being inferior to the other professions. And thirdly, to close the mid-level skills gap in the country. Through the year under the review, honorable members, the QCTO has consolidated its Vision 2027 strategy. This has ensured strengthening and coordinating of relationships between the QCTO and its quality partners as sector education and training authorities. Once fully implemented, Vision 2027 will ensure a simplified and seamless quality assurance system for providers of skills training, and for both private and public. The QCTO's strategic imperative is the development of and setting of occupational standards and quality assuring occupational qualifications, part qualifications, and skills programs that are responsive to the labor market, and developmental state initiative continues to be at the crux of the organization's work. To adequately respond to labor market demands, the QCTO engages with industry through its quality assurance partners, which are your CETAs. We are optimistic, Honorable Chair, that the attainment of occupational qualifications, part qualifications, and skills programs will lead to increased opportunity in terms of the livelihood and employability of learners who achieve them. Furthermore, the occupational qualifications will not only be responsive to the rapid change of technology and changing nature of the jobs of the future, but will also enable holders to contribute to the economy, growth, and the development of our country. As the chairperson of the Fourth Council, I am delighted to report, Honorable Chair, honorable members, that the organization has once again been able to achieve its 9th consecutive clean audit with a 96% achievement. This is an increase from the previous year, which was 92, against the performance targets. The highlight that we as the new council want to indicate that will appear in the financial report was the purchasing of the QCTO offices. These offices were as a result of an intensive over 5 years, has been reported to us through the CEO, and we now can proudly say that those offices now belong to the QCTO. In this regard, Honorable Chair, would like to thank the Third Term Council for providing the governance oversight and the strategic direction to the organization, and handing over to us an organization that is poised to be pivotal in reshaping the country's skills ecosystem. Honorable Chair, honorable members, the funding regime continues to be an area of concern. I think it was highlighted earlier. The current funding model is insufficient for the QCTO to execute its full mandate effectively. This has been compounded by the work of the technical and vocational education and training and the community education and training colleges. The organization was able, notwithstanding all of the constraints, was able to carry out its mandate and was able to then be able to do its work sufficiently. Though we still will want to stress and emphasize that substantial additional funding is needed to ensure that we continue to produce qualification and skills program that responds to the country's challenges. We have deliberated, Honorable Chair, as well with the current Council on areas of improvement. These will appear when CEO speaks, but one of them obviously would be the backlogs that we face. We did have an engagement with the Minister where we spoke about easy access for public information, for skilled, possible new learners who would then qualify for the recognition of prior learning. We've also zoomed into some areas that will be highlighted as when the report as it goes through, that we felt would assist in us attaining 100% target. Obviously, as we would like to emphasize that this would need the support of the finances. Honorable Chair, without any further ado, I would like to then hand over to the CEO who will take us through the rest of the presentation, and followed by him will be the CFO, and I'll come up after. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Chair and honourable members. I will present the management structure and then focus on our performance management. So we do have the new chairperson, well, not so new any longer, as myself as the CEO, and our team has been fairly consistent in terms of our senior management. We've just got Ms. Kemp, who's acting chief director due to the sudden resignation or retirement of Mr. Lata, who served the organization ever since its inception, and he opted for retirement due to ill health. And then ably supported by Mr. Mbue, Ms. Madilonga, the chief director for corporate services, Mr. Kato Maposa, who's with me here, the CFO, and then we have one vacant post, which is an almost newly created post, which we are in the process of recruiting, and that is in order to drive the innovation and policy development within the organization. Chair, in terms of governance, I want to indicate that we have a full governance structure in place at the QCTO and functional. The only point I want to raise to the committee is that where previously we had two committees, in terms of the business work of the QCTO, we now have three, and that is due to the volume of the work and the increase. Chair, I have quite an extensive overview, but I won't go through it, and I would look at some of it in the slides when I present on the actual indicators. I think it's important, Chair, that our efforts is still to transform the skills development system of the country by implementing the policy initiatives and imperatives that are contained not only in the NQF Act and the Skills Development Act, but also in the ministerial determination that was published in 2020. And together these provide the legislative framework for us transforming the skills development regime. The QCTO, or the OQSF, again, which was gazetted in 2021, positions the QCTO as a game changer because, as the Chair mentioned, it provides a vehicle for transforming, now not only transforming colleges, qualifications, but also transforming our institutional forms. So our TVET colleges could start to offer qualifications that could possibly be classified as higher education qualifications, and higher education institutions could offer qualifications on the OQSF. But I'll speak more to that under the other programs. The OQSF, we have included skills programs. Now, Chair, this has been a development. We know there's talk all over the country of short programs, micro-credentials. I think in South Africa, by just calling it skills programs, we got the essence of the debate correct, without necessarily all of the philosophical debates that go around implementing micro-credentials. These meet the needs of the existing and emerging sectors by ensuring that all learners, professionals, workers, unemployed persons, and those classified as not in employment, education, and training, that they have the opportunities to equip themselves with relevant and portable competencies that support lifelong employability. And I think we have to move the debate now to lifelong learning. In the medium to long term, it also provides a mechanism for reforming our institutional types, which is our TVET and our CET colleges. And I will give some indication of how the TVET college and CET colleges have taken up some of the new occupational qualifications and skills programs. And then we want to improve the quality of provisioning in the PSET sector, and this remains our singular objective. But unfortunately, through the implementation of risk-based quality assurance, again, due to the funding constraints, and we want a standardized national quality assurance framework for the OQSF. Chair, as I indicated, I'm not going to go to these 3 slides because they're just a summary of the figures, and I will go to them as I speak to the actual indicators. So I would just go straight to the actual indicators. The vision of the QCTO remains unchanged, and that is to qualify a skilled and capable workforce. And we are driven by these values that drive the work of the organization. Chair, let me just indicate that this annual report 24-25 is the last annual report in a 5-year plan. So QCTO thought it would be good to present to this House a snapshot view of the QCTO's performance over the 5 years, but obviously with the focus on the current year under review. By just looking at that slide, over the 5 years, we've improved our performance target, that performance, from 64% to 96%. Obviously, the numbers of the targets would have changed from year to year, but we are happy to show that upward trajectory. Again, over the 5 years and also for the year in question, these are some of the legislative imperatives that we had to respond to as the Quality Council. Supporting the National Development Plan, more specifically its target of 30,000 artisans per annum. Supporting the medium-term strategic framework, which now is replaced by the medium-term development plan, but that was in the year under review, it was still the MTSF, and we contribute to Priority T3, which focuses on education and skills. Chairperson, we've taken the white paper very seriously, as well as the National Plan for Post-School Education and Training. And that was, how do we expand the PSET system? And we've looked at it holistically, not just within skills development, but within the entire PSET system. Quality of provisioning and a renewed focus on TVETs and CETs as institutions of choice. And I think that's the critical element for us, to make TVETs and CETs institutions of choice for those learners who do not have access to higher education because of the limited number of seats. So we believe that the new qualification types that we are putting out, if delivered properly at well-equipped TVET colleges, could close that gap and hence close the need, reduce the number of needs. We also want a PSET system that is responsive to the needs of individual citizens, employees in both public and private sectors, as well as broader societal and development objectives. So we take the definition of PSET quite broadly as anything outside of schooling. So we offer skills programs, even for those who have very little to no formal education. The National Skills Development Plan is obviously another instrument that guides the work of the QCTO, and this speaks primarily to strengthening the quality assurance functions between the institutions. And so quality assurance is conducted by our sector education and training authorities, and NAMB, according to this plan, will be integrated into the QCTO. They have not been integrated, and again, it relates to the funding. So there's a function shift here, but there's no funding at the moment to give effect to that. We have found a middle ground to work with that, and I'll speak to it under Vision 2027. The funding allocation from the Fiscus and the Skills Levy will need to be reviewed to ensure that the QCTO is adequately resourced to comply with its legislative mandate. Now, Chairperson, that comes as a direct quote from that document, and it's still work in progress. We also responded to the departmental strategic plan, and again, it resonates: expanded access to PSET opportunities, improve success and efficiency of the PSET system, improve quality of provisioning, and a responsive PSET system. And then obviously we're looking at the sharp edge of the wedge when we're developing qualifications, and we look at instruments like the Economic and Reconstruction and Recovery Plan that was outlined by the President, as well as occupations in high demand and other instruments in the country. Within the organization itself, Chair, over the year, this is a situational analysis. Very quickly, the opportunities we have an extensive policy and national imperatives. They are listed below. And then we have the OQSF, which I spoke about, to revitalize our TVET and CET colleges. However, we also have some strengths. QCTO has formalized our partnerships with the CETAs. It's a vehicle for change, and we've established links with industry. The threats, however, is still the inadequate funding to execute our mandate. A threat which is also, we have to be well guarded that we implement this by June of 2026, is the implementation of the Government Gazette that talks about the phasing out of the pre-2009 qualifications. And I think in his opening remarks, the Chair spoke about these pre-2009 that are primarily offered by CETAs. What's the value? Where do those learners go to? So there is a process in place to replace that. The other threat, obviously, is the risk-based quality assurance. We would want to do a deeper dive into quality assurance, but unfortunately, the funding restricts that. Weaknesses, certainly as an organization, we have certain weaknesses. QCTO stakeholders continuously indicate we're not responsive, and that's probably because of the large number of stakeholders that we need to respond to. Staff capacity, I'll speak to that, inadequate because we cannot fund or fill our the approved organogram. And then we also have challenges with the fact that we have a management information system that is not yet fully implemented. So that's a context within which we had to work. When we talk about Vision 2027, this is just a graph to show that what was the intentions in the white paper and subsequent documents of the QCTO taking over all the quality assurance functions from the CETAs. We're now sitting in the year 2025. And obviously the funding has been an issue throughout all of these years, but not wanting to make too much of that. The red block indicates our current operating model with the CETAs, because the QCTO receives 0.5% of the levy. The CETAs still receive money for quality assurance. So the responsibilities are shared now between QCTO and the CETAs, which we now call quality partners. And this is done through a SLA, service level agreement, that we have between the QCTO and the CETAs. And Chairperson, I must add, this was sanctioned by the department as a measure pending the finalization of the funding. The other environment that we had to operate in was with the pre-2009 qualifications. And here, Chair, I'll be failing if I do not thank our colleagues from SAQA, as well as the DHET. We formed a committee, well, actually there's a steering committee and there's a task team to ensure that all of these pre-2009 qualifications are replaced by new occupational qualifications. I'm sure all of us will agree that if we continue training learners on programs and qualifications that were developed pre-2009, we're certainly not going to get the skill sets. We're not going to get learners to be employable. So this is a huge mandate, and it has consumed a lot of our time over the year. Chair, I'm not going to go through this slide. This just talks to our, the one above, which just talks to the new framework. In terms of measuring our performance, we have 3 programs, and they are linked to what I spoke about, which was the imperatives. The first was a single national quality assured occupational qualification sub-framework that promotes synergy, simplification, and effectiveness. And especially for the the users of our system. Outcome 2 was to ensure the development and quality assurance of occupational qualifications, part qualifications and skills programs that are responsive to labour market and developmental state initiatives. And the third is QC2O being a learning organization, and that is both internal and external. Internal, we continuously need to build the capacity of our staff to respond to this fast-changing world that we're living in terms of technology, as well as being responsive to external environment in terms of our service delivery. Now, Chairperson, QCTO standard setting framework, all the work that we do is captured in this slide. So we set standards in 5 different areas. The first standard is set in the actual development of the qualification or the part qualification or the skills program. And here we engage industry through the sector education and training authorities, as well as training providers and subject matter experts in developing these qualifications. And these then have to be submitted to SAQA for their consideration, approval, and registration on the NQF. The accreditation of skills development providers and assessment centers is our second standard setting pillar, and I'll speak to the challenges around this when I speak to the actual performance. Quality assurance of provisioning is our third one, and I think this is one of the biggest innovations, if quality assurance of assessments is not. In the previous systems, the quality assurance of provisioning was on the approval of the learning material, and then the providers were accredited by the CETAs, and they had to upload their learner enrollments and then learner achievements. What happened between those 2 points was not adequately monitored. So we are strong on provisioning. We want to see that learners get value for money at these institutions, whether they be public or private. Quality assurance of assessment is the fourth leg, and this has been a huge change to the system, where the portfolios of evidence, which characterize the previous pre-2009 qualifications, the occupational qualifications now have what we call the external integrated summative assessments, which integrates your theory, your practice, and your workplace experience, which means you must prove your competence in terms of what the outcomes of the qualification is. And then the final one is certification, and that is just not a rubber stamp at the end. All the other 4 boxes have to be ticked before a learner could be certificated. Chair, I'm not going to spend much time on program 1, which is the administration. This was just to enable QCTO to meet its targets through reliable delivery and management support services. We had 4 targets, and we achieved 4 out of 4. And some of the achievements are in the gray block on the slides. We started with the process re-engineering and continuous improvement as part of the MIS. We have an approved master systems plan in place, and Chair, the rest are just for the members to note, and we would take any questions regarding that. So these slides I wouldn't go through. In terms of the MIS, and I think I must go to my colleagues from the CHE to learn how to put that big diagram together. We just put it down to a couple of red points in October to November 2025. We have been at this for some time. The challenges we face is that our previous tenders, or when we went out on tender, did not produce the results that we needed. In our first call for tenders, no bidders met their requirements. In our second call, which was a closed tender, as advised by our ICT Strategic Committee, which is a subcommittee of council, we included the sector, the State Information Technology Agency. Still, there were no successful bidders. And then in our third call, we were advised to split it into 2 tenders, the re-engineering and then the system development, including automation. We have a successful bidder for the re-engineering, and as I indicated, that process is almost at its end, and we now have to move to the next processes. So I think all of us are in the same boat, but we could learn from each other, also from my colleagues from SAQA with Operation Phoenix. Chair, if I can then go to Program 2. Program 2 is our Occupational Qualifications Management. Here, Chair, we just did not meet one target, which gave us the 96%. I'll speak to that now. The purpose of this program is obviously to develop the qualifications and then to quality show the results and issue the certificates. Now, the gray block shows a whole lot of numbers, and again, I've got graphs that is going to make it much more easier for us to look at. Now, this slide shows the transitional arrangements, and this road is, as I said previously, it's not being walked alone by the QCTO. It's the DHET, it's SAQA and QCTO in implementing that gazette. And these are some of the policy directives and guidelines. And as you can see, we got a stop on the 30th of June 2029, which will be the last learners who would be certificated. And last enrollments would be in June 2027, and the qualifications would expire in June next year. And I hope that we do not have a recurrence of what happened in 2024, which extended this road. Now, this might look like a very busy slide. Let me first indicate that this slide is as at the end of March. So now it would show a much more clearer picture if we had to go to this, to look at all of the developments. But what this is just indicating is that in terms of the talk of the pre-2009 and the occupational qualifications, what you see there on the blue is the pre-2009 qualifications or programs that are offered by the various SETAs. The yellow is an indication of programs that are in some stage of development, either developed or in the approval stage. And the green shows where the occupational qualifications are now fully implemented. So without just singling anybody out, if you look at Chieta, which is the third, from there you see that they've got 50 occupational qualifications already, which means they've done well in clearing out their historically or pre-2009 qualifications. Other SETAs are, at different stages. But as I said, if I had to show you the graph that is now current, you're going to see the blues much lower, you're going to see much more yellow, and you're probably going to see much more green. So you can see the SETAs that are performing well there, and you can also see that there are some SETAs that still have a bit of a way to go. But Agri-SETA seems to be the one with the highest number still of pre-2009 qualifications. But let me just indicate that not all of them have the equal quantum of pre-2009 qualifications. But just to give you an indication of the work that we have been busy with. This just gives you a registered list, occupational qualifications and registered learnerships, and then the occupational qualifications linked to the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. Now that plan identified 103 programs that needed to be developed, and we have so far developed and registered 72 of those high priority. Now, in terms of this, which is the assessments, is where I want to focus a bit on. So, 5 years back, we were talking about a low uptake of our qualifications. And now 5 years later, we're talking about the number of assessments that are coming through, which shows that there is an uptake of the qualifications, and the pressure point has now shifted to assessments. But I think what I want to indicate to the House is if you look at the way that is increasing and the amount of work that it needs to go in. So if we look at 24-25, the blue bar represents our ISAs, from here, that looks great to me. But anyway, it's blue, the taller ones. 257 for 24-25 as compared to 208 in 23-24, increase of 19%. The orange indicates the FISA, the final assessments for the historically registered for our skills program, and you would see that there is also an increase in the skills programs. The orange is the HRQs, the historically registered qualifications, fluctuating there. The green is the skills programs, and you can see how that has increased by almost 67% going up in terms of skills programs. So it shows you that there is a real demand out there for skills programs as well as the occupational qualifications. In terms of certification, and I'll go fast on this, Chair, certification again, the blue shows the legacy trades or the historical trades. And you can see we are certificating up to 22, and the last financial year dropped to 20. The NDP target says 30, so we're kind of hovering around that. But Chair, this slide is also one that we should take note of, that there's still a very high focus on the legacy trades. If you look at the green, which is the occupational trades, which means it is trades where the curriculum has been updated and the qualifications have been registered, there is an uptake, but not as much as we would like it to be. We're hoping for the green to go up significantly higher and for the historical trades or legacy trades to be reduced. I won't go through that. So, Chair, we indicated that only one target was not achieved. That was the qualifications. The target was 80%. We achieved 60%, which was 94 out of 157. And that was because one batch of qualifications were not processed within the turnaround time. Now, we have a 90 days working day turnaround time. So it means that these 94 were developed outside of that turnaround time. Measures to improve the performance is to improve the monitoring of our quality assurance partners responsible for developing the qualifications, as well as monitoring our internal processes for that matter. We need to increase the pool of subject matter experts to develop these qualifications and the necessary processes, and we need to improve overall on our qualification approval processes. Chair, I won't go through these because these are just the other indicators, and all of those have been achieved. In Program 3, which is our quality assurance, here it is to maintain the national quality assurance system for all qualifications, the accreditation of providers, as well as the uptake by TVET and CET colleges. Again, there's a lot of numbers in the gray, but again, I think a graph is going to help to see that better. But Chair, we had one direct question to respond to from the Portfolio Committee. How do we improve the accreditation applications? We have to introduce more risk-based approaches and the use of technology. We have to improve our quality partners' turnaround times, because we do use them for phase 2, which is the physical site visits, where we need the subject matter experts. So we have to increase our pool of subject matter experts. We may have to consider windows for receipt of applications, because now we receive applications even while we're asleep, because it's all done online. And then we need to develop an MIS, including automations where possible. Now, Chairperson, this slide is the one that is the startling one that shows you how the number of applications for skills development providers are increasing. Mr. Anele is smiling because all the complaints come to him and he forwards them to me. So look at that graph, members. From 24-25 as compared to 23-24. we had 11,000 accreditations that we had to process, of which 10,000 were done during or within the 90-day turnaround time. That is quite a massive jump from the previous year. No staffing increases, no funding increases, but the work had to be done. And so it is just to make the point. But here comes another startling figure. In total, for last year, we received 27,000 applications for accreditation. In one instance, we had one provider who applied for 200 qualifications at one go. I don't think there's a TVET college that offers 200 programs. So this seems like accreditation of skills development providers is becoming an entrepreneurial area, where let me take my chance, I'll apply, and if I get the funding, then I would figure out what to do. So of the 27,000, and the previous slide showed 11,000 that actually came through. So we spent a lot of time on the other good couple of thousands, who either submitted 1 document, 2 documents, 3 documents, 4 documents, but did not submit all of the documents for it to fall into the category to start to be processed. But this is all work that still needs to be done and is terribly time-consuming. This just shows our quality assurance processes during the turnaround time as well. Okay, let me go here. So I'm not going to go through these slides. These are all the indicators. In this particular program, we had achieved all of our targets. In our research, we only have, the purpose of our program is to establish and maintain QCTO standards for quality assurance through research, monitoring, evaluation, analysis, and obviously to contribute towards the national qualification sub-framework. We have 2 targets and we've met all 2 there. Those were our achievements on the research reports, as well as the 1 research report, a bulletin that was published on time. So I won't go through that. In terms of human resources, we had 12 staff resignations, 2 to retirement, 2 to ill health, 1 was expired of contract, and we had 6 resignations. These are our employment equity status targets. Our staff vacancy rate is always a challenge when I come to present here, because if you look at the last one, number 9, it says 60%, but that is not the accurate reflection. It would be 60% if we look at number 1, which is the approved structure, which says we need 265 posts to do the work that we're supposed to be doing. However, we only can fund 131 posts with the funding allocation, and hence we have a vacancy rate of 18%, with a number of that actually in progress at the moment for recruitment. We were asked to respond in particular to consequence management. So we do have one of our staff members on suspension, precautionary suspension, pending, due to alleged misconduct involving theft. The employer did resign with immediate effect, but we declined that and asked him to serve his 1 month's notice. The aim behind that was for us to conduct a full investigation into that particular matter and to see if there were any other staff members involved. The matter is ongoing because the member has now gone to the CCMA. Deputy Director, MIS, was on precautionary suspension for not following proper SCM processes. The employer then subsequently resigned on the 4th of February after the finalization of the investigation. We did not have to recover any funds. There were not lots of funds. It was just we had picked up the flaunting of the SCM processes beforehand. At the moment, we have 2 people on suspension, precautionary suspension, pending investigations. That's the Deputy Director of Finance and the Assistant Director of Finance. And the one was as a result also of the AG auditing processes where we identified the one staff member pertaining to not declaring a gift in the register. When that was followed through, it then led us to a possible tender issue. Hence, we had to suspend the Deputy Director of Finance and the Assistant Director. Chair, I'll hand over to the CFO to take us through the finances.
Thank you.
Is it intentional that your slides are blurry, CFO? The slides are not blurry.
Only this one, Chair, because we don't know where our finances are.
Apologies. I think that was on a lighter note. Apologies. I think there were 2 or 3 that were blurry. We have replaced them. This is the only one which we might have missed to replace it. However, the contents of that particular slide, it's repeated on the next one. So I will emphasize more on the next one. On our revenue collection, Chair, this is our revenue for the 2024-25 financial year vis-a-vis the budget at the time, of which all the grant-related revenue line items, we did receive or collect everything as budgeted. And on the trading services, the rendering of services, and the interest, that's where we have slightly higher than anticipated collection. However, I will talk to the numbers in detail on the next slide, which is the slide which looks at our statement of financial performance. Here we are looking at the income of 2024-25 financial year vis-a-vis the income of 2023-24 financial year. You can see that our biggest source of funding, which is the SETA levy grant, we have collected and or received 124 million from the SETAs that we work with, and the transfer from the national fixed cost, which comes from National Treasury through the Department of Higher Education and Training. We did receive the 30 million rands, and the finance income, which was interest, we did have 12.6 million rand. And that line item, it will reduce significantly in the future financial years, because we had monies that were set aside in order to be used for the building transfer transaction, which we'll look at into in detail in the future slides. And other income, which are the trading related services, we did bill 7.7 million. This is for the certification when learners have completed their qualifications. When we're printing their certificates, we do charge 149 rands currently per certificate, and verifications, those who are looking for employment, when the agencies and other stakeholders are doing the verification qualifications, there is a fee which amounts to the 7.7 million rands there in that regard. And compensation for employees, these are expenditure line items now. We did have an employee related cost of 84.6 million rands, which increased from the 77.5. This was mainly as a result of the a reduction of our vacancy rate that we have reported in the past, filled the positions, which resulted in having a slight increase of the employee cost. Goods and services has increased to 94.3 million. You will recall, Chairperson, that in the previous financial years there were issues of budget cuts, etc., which then resulted in very limited expenditure. And when those cuts had been increasing, that resulted in us having to resuscitate some of our goods and services related programs. So on the next slide, this is looking at our 2 sources of income, which is the SETA levy grant, the DHED grant or the grant from the National Fiscus vis-a-vis the total expenditure. The SETA levy grant is blue, and the funds from the National Fiscus are orange, and the expenditure, total expenditure, is grey. So we have looked at the previous 5 financial years, and you can see, members, that the SETA levy grant has been gradually increasing over the period, even though there was a big dip during the COVID period in 2021-22, where there were some concessions that were given to the industries in terms of the contribution, which then affected us as well. And 2022-23, it has gradually increased up to where we are currently on 824 million. The DHED grant, or the funds from the Fiscus, you can see that they are almost stuck just below around 30 million rands for the past 5 years. And our total expenditure, you can see that is gradually increasing over the periods as a result of different factors, of which the main one being the inflationary adjustments or increases that occur in various cost drivers or various expenditure line items that we have in the organization. The financial position, I think this is the area which is more or less mainly very steady, which does not move much. You can see that our assets in overall all stable. The non-current assets, there were replacement of computers, most of the computers in the 2024-25 financial year, which then resulted in slightly higher than normal increases. And on the current liabilities, there was an increase as well. Generally, in all the financial years, and in the end of, on the last month of the financial year, we try to pay almost everyone that we owe as an organization, regardless of whether the invoices are due and or not due, so that when we close the financial year, we do not have much of the current liability. Unfortunately, in the previous financial year, or in the 2024-25 financial year, we had the change in the system where we're moving from the old Sage Sage system and moving to the new Sage Intact system, which resulted in us not being able to achieve one of our objectives of ensuring that there are no outstanding invoices at the end. However, everyone was then subsequently paid in the beginning of the new financial year and within 30 days accordingly. The surplus that we have received, that we had in the 2024-25 financial year, it was 81.4 million, of which we have applied to National Treasury to roll it over, and National Treasury did approve the rollover in that regard. And that surplus, just above half of it, has been spent on the building-related transactions, because we had a deposit that we had to pay for the building and the transfer cost, and the other half is reserved for the projects that are currently underway, the main one being the MIS system, which is currently under development on the business re-engineering stage. I think the CEO did touch on it in detail. And indeed, QCTO has finally bought the office buildings with effect from the 1st of July this year. We're the proud owners of number 256 Lane in Hatfield, Pretoria, where I think we will have an opening ceremony where our sister entities will also be invited to come and witness this building that the organization has finally acquired, and I believe that we'll also invite the members of the portfolio committee. And the building did have two tenants, the British High Commission and the MTN, of which the law requires that when you buy a building, you must honor all the existing contracts that were there. However, we have them for some time. I think the contracts still have 2 years or so We have them for some time, of which consideration will be done in future as to how do we handle them going forward accordingly. In terms of the audit, QCTO has received another clean audit in street language, but in official language, meaning we had an unqualified audit opinion without material findings on the financial statements, no material findings on performance information or predetermined objectives, compliance, no material findings, internal controls, no material finding. That made us to have a clean audit. Even though we did have a clean audit, chairperson and members, there were 11 findings that were raised by the auditors that were not considered to be material. However, these findings are being, we are working on them in order to ensure that they do not reoccur in future or they do not result in us having material issues in future. Of which on the next slide, this is the almost the summary of our audit action plan on those findings that are still outstanding or that we're still working on, of which there were two findings on the issues of the gifts registers, people who, some of our officials who received gifts from the service providers and they did not declare those gifts even though they were above the threshold. And the consequences management processes are currently underway. And in terms of the time frames, the investigators have indicated that more or less by the end of October, they should be done with the investigation, and subsequent to that, if there are findings, the disciplinary processes will then start going forward. There was a finding on contract management as well. There were some old contracts that were still running within the organization that had deficiencies where auditors felt that there is some information that are required by the general conditions of contracts from National Treasury that were not included in those contracts. However, as the action plan, since we have now established a legal unit within the entity, our legal unit is reviewing all the contracts within the entity in order to ensure that they comply with all the legislation and accordingly. And we had a finding on the movement of assets as well, where asset which was recorded as being in room A, auditors found it in room B, and that becomes a finding as well, of which we are working on the workshopping of staff in terms of how do we handle the assets that when a chair has to be moved outside and or wherever, there are forms that need to be completed so that we don't have this going forward. And the workshop, the first part of the workshop has already happened with internal officials, the new officials or the new staff members, and the second part of the workshop, it will happen by the end of this month with the entire staff. And lastly, there was a finding, this is a repeat finding as well, about the registration of the skills development providers, of which I think the NQF Act is on the process of being amended, and there are consultations with the entities and the work streams that the CEO spoke about earlier on that are ensuring that there is some form of a process of registration of these SDPs in that regard. And lastly, on the QCTO business model, let me hand over back to the CEO so that he can touch on the issue of our business model. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just want to go back to the SDP accreditation process. The CFO mentioned that it's 2 years now that the AG has made this a finding, and there's nothing that the QCTO can actually do about it. The legislation does not support that. QCTO is responsible for accrediting providers. The NQF 2019 amendment made provision for the department to register skills development providers, but it had to be proclaimed by the president. But those clauses were not proclaimed in the 2019 NQF Amendment Act. The Act is currently being reviewed. We are hoping that this matter would be addressed. However, what's concerning is what we see coming through in the draft of that Act. It seems as though the department will not accredit the skills development providers. But the Draft Skills Development Act seems to suggest that there will be a process for that. Now, herein lies the dilemma that the Act says the Registrar of Private Providers is the Director General. And if that had to be as per what is being suggested in the changed legislation, it means that QCTO is also being allocated that responsibility. And that's a huge red flag. However, the point I want to make is that without the SDP registration, we are not going to sort out the problem of bogus colleges and things as fast as we need to do. Because you have to be first established as a legal entity, and by then only you can be shut down as a legal entity. Accreditation does not involve that particular process. So I think that's a critical area. Chair, in terms of the QCTO business model, we were asked to report on the progress on that. Now, we have reported previously to the House that the original business model was not approved. Hence, we are working on the SLA arrangement with the SETAs. So the interim business model is a shared responsibility between QCTO and SETAs, because SETAs are still funded for quality assurance, and QCTO gets 0.5% of the SETA levy grant. So the finalization on the QCTO business model is contingent on these following things happening. One is that the SETA grant regulations need to be approved. Now, we know this has been in the making for some time. There is consensus, even at NEDLAC, that the QCTO should be allocated 1%. However, when this was finally put through to the National Skills Authority at their last meeting of the last authority, they did not take a decision and handed it over to the new or the incoming National Skills Authority. And that has now raised a whole lot of other issues around the SETA grant regulations and other aspects. So we're not holding our breath, Chair, about this 1% allocation. We believe that maybe a quicker remedy to this is where the QCTO be funded directly from the fiscus as per the Act. The Act says we should be funded from the fiscus. It will also be contingent on the SETA reform that the Minister has now introduced on SETAs. What reform, what are they going to be looking like, and especially the ETQA regulations which were issued under the SAQA Act, and which regulations, those functions are still being performed by the SETAs, and QCTO performs the quality assurance. And at the end of the day, Chair, for us to finalize this model is that the funding will have to follow the function. And until we arrive at that stage, and I made the comment earlier, Chair, in your absence, that the NDP also speaks about the incorporation of NAMB and part of the SETAs into QCTO, and funding would be made available. So all the legislation, all the documents speak to it, but there is nothing tangible at this point in time. That was the last slide, Chair. I'll hand over to the Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think we have concluded. Thank you.
Thank you very much. SAQA. We'll need to let them come here. Just to, whilst we're still prepping, because SAQA as an entity was outside when we did our opening as CEO, we did indicate that the department must help the entity, because apart from being compliant on legislation, you are also doing very well. You can account for what government has given you, and it doesn't make sense to us why would the department, in fact government as a whole, would want to use services of private people to verify, amongst other things, to verify qualifications. And we've also said that the funding arrangement currently does not help the quality councils, and government or the department must help us into fixing that part. And then, I did not speak about my intellectual property, which the CFO stole there, which was supposed to be a project, let's say. He called it something else, but hopefully today we'll get a sense of, because I'm also thinking of going to lay a claim against people who steal intellectual property. But on a serious note, we did indicate that you also came through a very bad period where you had to retrench about 100 people in the system. So, but we're looking forward to your presentation. I'm just a bit worried, members, that Ndade Mabusela is the one representing the department, is outside now. The CFO, I hope you will take notes for him, because there are a number of, I'm sure you've listened to both CHE, QCTO, now you'll hear from SAQA. It's almost the same things that will come through about the support that must come from the department. And therefore, if we don't have, the DDGs responsible for these entities are not here, which is a big problem. DDG Sokiko and DDG Gasa are not here, and would have a big problem, because if you listen to at least the two presentations, a lack of support from the department creates a big problem for quality councils. It's as if CFO, there's a deliberate attempt to weaken our entities, public entities, and but we will raise them with you guys when we're discussing. Board member of SAQA, you can. I'm going to give to you. I'm assuming that you are standing in for the chair, and then you'll give to the CEO. Let's just press the mic. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. Indeed, I'm standing in for the Chair of SAQA, and I extend his apologies. With me at the SAQA executive team or senior management team, starting with the CEO next to me, the Chief Financial Officer at the back, and Dr. Diapeng sitting on the far end. The structure of our presentation, Chair, would be the overview that will be done by myself, and then the performance report will be done by the CEO, and then the finance and audit report will be done, the performance report will be done by the CEO, and of course the finance and audit reports will be handled by the CFO. Chair and members, as we present the performance of SAQA today, one of the things that is happening is we are basically been busy with the process review that we basically testing the continued relevance of the NQF in capacitating the country and promoting social justice through the education. The SAQA's role itself in recognizing professional bodies and registering professional designations. Again, in that, particularly some of the issues that do come up is the harmonization of disparate legislations that govern the functioning and recognition of those professional bodies by SAQA. And of course, SAQA as well engaged in increased advocacy and outreach campaigns going into rural communities and marginalized communities so that we can explain the relevance and impact of SAQA throughout the economy and the education system of the country. We further strengthened the management team and ensured robust governance standards resulting in the clean audit outcome. and we have continuously at least been on the good footing, Chair. And because this is the last year of the current strategic plan, for the next 5 years, the focus will be on creating platforms for strengthening the coordination and dialogue with the various stakeholders, providing the thought leadership through research so that we can be shaping how and the direction that the education takes. We'll harness the technology so that we can improve efficiency in that process as well. The organizations that we basically support and work with, they can benefit and the country can benefit. We're exploring data mining so that we can have better decision making and advice, and also for skills planning and alignment. And we want to expand our efforts so that we can secure as well supplementary revenues. This must not be taken as if we are not necessarily focusing on what is core at the business, but it is because, again, the funding that we receive only manages the portion of what we are expected to do. So in order to be able to deliver the wide mandate, we have to seek additional revenues. With that being said, Chair, I think at this time I'll hand over to the CEO that she can take us through the detailed presentation, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gantile, and also appreciation to the Chair and this committee for their ongoing support of SAQA and its work. I will be taking the committee through much of the performance information, and I'll jump straight in. And let me start off quickly with our vision, mission, and sort of the broad spectrum of what it is that we do. Of course, the committee will know that our vision is to produce a world-class NQF that works for everyone in South Africa. And this, of course, includes people who are not South African but might be studying within our borders. We do so by overseeing the further development and advancement of the NQF and advancing its objectives to ensure that what we do is not commercialized and commodified, but it does contribute to the full development of each person, including their social and economic development. And of course, our values include responsiveness, visionary leadership, quality, competence of our staff, and increasing the visibility and understanding, crucially, of the NQF and how it can assist communities. The outcomes that we are going to report on in terms of this annual report are the 5 listed outcomes: having a dynamic NQF, visionary and influential leadership, a well-articulated and quality-assured qualification system, of course, through the quality councils, our own capable and competent team, but also, again, crucially, stakeholders and role players who understand their role and are aligned to the objectives of the NQF. So in terms of our performance, we wanted to start off with some highlights. In the financial year under review, we registered 255 qualifications. Oops, apologies. And these qualifications were mainly in the fields of business, commerce, health sciences, and physics and maths. We are going to start, as has been intimated, to really start to look very closely at the data of qualification registration, but also achievement, so that we can start to guide the system in terms of necessary qualifications. And so having certain analyses and insights about which qualifications are prevalent is that first step towards really starting to bring intelligence around our qualification system to oversight and, of course, to our decision makers. The system at the moment has over 24 million learner achievements. And of course, this is important because we are the national repository. We protect the authenticity of all national qualification achievements. And we have a system that holds most of the achievements. This committee has also been incredibly supportive in advocating for universities and other institutions to continue to populate the NLRD as the national repository. And at the moment, we've got about 70% of the working population captured in our systems. Our aim, of course, is to have 100% in real time so that when people are looking for validation, we can authenticate them in real time and they have the information. This is an ongoing journey, but still a very good outcome in terms, even globally, of how much we hold in the system. We also in the system have over 131,000 RPL achievements, which is a great sense of pride, source of pride for South Africa. We lead globally again in validation and recognition of prior learning, but there is so much more still to be done, and there are differences in different sectors which we really need to work on in terms of coherence, again, policy and legislative coherence, to ensure that RPL is advanced. Professional bodies, we have over 100 recognized professional bodies, and they're linked to 360 registered designations. And of course, there are thousands of people who are designated against these professional designations. The difference, of course, is that one can never lose a qualification once it's in the repository, but your designation can be taken from you in terms of the rules of the professional body. And so the designation achievements do change and fluctuate over time. This is also something we keep an eye on and from which we hope to draw great insights. Our verification service over the period looked at or completed over 65,000 national qualifications. This is a very important statistic because it is intimating and inferring that we have people who are looking for either further work or study, and using this validated national qualification, they're able to then access work or study. In terms of this amount, about 70% are from public entities, and again, I want to appreciate the Portfolio Committee in particular, who has really been advocating that verification comes through SAQA, so that particularly the public sector is authenticated properly. And we are seeing that many public entities are coming to us. This 70% is only the 70% of the work we look at. It is not 70% of public entities, and so there's much more work to be done to make sure that the public entities do come to the national database. In terms of foreign qualification, we've completed about 13,000 qualifications in the financial year, and just under 1% are misrepresented. This is an important function that we would also like strengthened in terms of the legislation, because at the moment we can only report, we cannot investigate, enforce, or really do anything further. But in terms of the qualifications we receive, not misrepresented, but in terms of numbers we receive, our highest numbers come from Zimbabwe, the UK, and the USA. And so the mobility between ourselves and these three countries is important and supported in terms of work with, in terms of bilaterals, etc. And of course, as has been said, we have ramped up our advocacy initiatives significantly over the course of this last financial year. The legacy of our late Prof. Lulwana and the request that we really start to move the NQF into the villages has been taken forward. We've now built an advocacy and communications team, and they have already through the financial year run 40 initiatives, over 40 initiatives, and reached approximately 17,000 people. So if I go into the data of the annual performance report, we had 21 targets that we were aiming for, and we managed to achieve 18 of these 21, which gave us an overall percentage of 86%. 3 targets were not achieved. These 3 targets were in Program 2, which is recognition and registration of qualifications, and I'll speak to that in a moment, and Program 3, which is ICT and the National Learner Records Database, in fact, that holds all the information. If I may, I will only concentrate really on the ones that we haven't achieved, but I'm happy to take questions on, of course, where we have achieved. And so the first program where we didn't achieve the outcome was Program 2, as I said, where we were not able to register all qualifications that were recommended within the 70 working days that we had set for ourselves, and I will unpack that in a moment. The other 2 targets that we weren't able to achieve, as I said, related to the ICT and database space. And in this instance, we weren't able to implement a full end-to-end workflow tracking system. And we also were not able to finalize the policy on the misrepresentation of qualifications. If the committee will allow me, I'll skip straight to the reasons for not meeting those unmet targets, And as I said, happy to talk to the targets that we actually did meet. So the first target in terms of registering qualifications within 70 working days, we were not able to meet this target, and really it was just a case of unexpected volumes. We missed the target by 3 days because we received in that quarter double the amount that we had received in the previous year. So our planning really was based on the previous year's information, where we had gotten 22 qualifications from one of the quality councils. In this financial year, we got 45 from one of the quality councils. Of course, there are 3 quality councils, and so those qualifications were not able to be registered. But we missed the target within 3 days, and I think we're still very comfortable that we are able to push qualifications through our systems quite efficiently. We have, however, ensured that we do put together a joint task team between SAQA and the QCs, and Mr. Naidu intimated some of the work that we've been doing with the quality councils. We found that sitting together with the quality councils and really working through the system before crises hit is a very effective mechanism to deal with qualification management, and so we will be retaining the structure as we move forward. We also then, as I said, were not able to implement the full end-to-end workflow for the tracking system of qualifications. As the committee knows, SAQA has been on an automation journey for the last 2 years, very well supported by the committee. And so we were slightly further ahead of our quality councils in our automation. And this target wasn't able to be achieved because our quality councils weren't ready for us to plug in our APIs, which we were ready with. I think the lesson learned here was that we won't be adding external dependencies into our APPs because we were ready and partners were not, because of course of the complexities and resources that were required in building the systems. And the final target that we were not able to meet was around the misrepresentation of qualifications. As I said, what we've realized in the financial year is that we're able to recognize a misrepresented qualification, but we don't actually have the powers to do anything once we recognize these things. And so we did say, let us hold on to this policy until there is better clarity around the legislation and until we can inform the legislation, because at the moment the policy would be quite hollow. So we've held that back in an attempt to really start to contribute towards the legislation and the policy so that we're actually able to do something when we see misrepresented qualifications. And of course, this work is underway. We believe that all these targets will be met very comfortably in this financial year. I'll move on very quickly just to some other performance highlights, I think, that we would want to bring to this committee's attention. Firstly, in terms of the broad umbrella of mobility and professionalization, SAQA and the quality councils have been working tirelessly on building systems to ensure mobility. Some of the work that we do here, we've contributed to the G20 education working groups. In particular, South Africa's work around mutual recognition of qualifications. And of course, this is a competence that sits with SAQA, where we look at other countries' systems and we compare it to our own, and we create agreements country to country that allows for mobility. This work has been going on under the G20, but also our work in terms of ratifying the UNESCO Regional Convention for Africa, and of course South Africa has also ratified the Global Convention, and so SAQA and the QCs are working on how do we implement these conventions which are now binding on our country, and how do we ensure and support mobility of people in our region particularly, but of course, as we saw, UK, USA, globally where it's needed. We're also very pleased to say that we've signed an MOU with the Public Service Commission, and this is on the back of the professionalization framework which was promulgated in 2023, which really requires that the public sector is professionalized. SAQA's contribution to this professionalization is working with the structures like the Public Service Commission to support them in validation, verification of public sector officials, and we've been very grateful to the PSC for their active partnership in ensuring that we work together to build a public sector that is professional and ethical. I would like to spend just a minute on our project, the NQF to the People. This has been, as I said, a legacy project of Prof. Lulwane's, but has, I think, really started to bring to SAQA the core of what it is that we do. we have started to really look at how do we bring the NQF to everybody, not just policymakers, not just institutions, but people who benefit, and sometimes people who are prejudiced by the NQF. We have started working with educators. We have held national training sessions for 61 educators, particularly the life orientation educators, to ensure that they themselves are able to speak about the NQF and guide learners in the system in terms of progression and articulation, but also in terms of authentic learning pathways. We've also engaged in at least 18 school visits, reaching over 6,000 learners and teachers, and we've got many other initiatives in schools. We've held blitz campaigns, approximately 10 blitz campaigns, just moving into public spaces, taxi ranks, and other community spaces, and just talking to people about the NQF. This has raised the awareness and visibility of the NQF and has actually resulted in us being invited to speak on different platforms and raise the awareness more broadly. And we've been very grateful for the partnership we've had with SAPS and with the DBE and DHET in terms of really taking us into different spaces. We've also held an information session because of this awareness with the MPA, and we are increasingly working with the security cluster. And this has been really interesting because now we're starting to come closer to how do we start to mitigate, the advent of misrepresented qualifications and bogus institutions. And we've also been grateful to the ministry who've taken up the cause of bogus institutions quite strongly. And so this work really does support the broader awareness system of people who need to benefit from the NQF. With that being said, Chair, I'm going to hand over to the CFO to take us through the finances. The people in orange. Even them.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, and still good morning to you, Honorable Chair, and the honorable members, and fellow colleagues from the Quality Councils and Department of Higher Education. I'll quickly, Chair, take you through the financial report for SAQA. And what I'm presenting at the moment is our statement of financial performance. If you can see, I'll just touch on the key changes. Our total revenue for the year was 170 million, which increased from 147 million, which is about 15% increase. In terms of the government grant that we get, there's not much. It's just the inflationary adjustment, which is just 4% increment, as well as our rendering of services. Chair, we do have a number of services that we offer. There was just a marginal 4% increase. In terms of interest, Chair, we had quite a big increase, 22%. 8 million last year, 10 million this year, mainly because we have asked for a retention of surplus that were meant for purchasing a new building, and we also sold our building, so the funds are sitting in the CPD, Corporation for Public Deposits, where it is earning some big income. And then there's quite some jump there on other income, Chair, which is quite high, but just to explain it, that other income comes from the building that we sold, and some research projects and so forth. So basically, that gives our revenue. In terms of expenditure, Chair, there was quite an increase in total overall revenue. Overall expenditure by 25%, which is in line with our activities that we've done. There's nothing really abnormal about that. What I want to talk about, Chair, is the surplus for the year, because we say we are always underfunded, but then we report surpluses, but there are reasons for that. If you can see, Chair, there was actually a decrease of 26%, which from 27 million last year to 20 million this year. In fact, in strict terms, we had a profit in sale of the building, so it's not really a surplus. So we actually spent our budget. Chair, if I move on, in terms of the statement of financial position, this just gives us our assets. The major change has been the current assets, which is mainly the liquid funds that we're holding with the CPD and the surplus funds. In terms of non-current assets, there hasn't been much that has been added. In fact, there is a decrease of minus 28% because of it's mainly depreciation, amortization. We've had a number of furniture items that have reached their useful lives. Chair, in terms of current liabilities, yes, there was some big increase. I mean, we processed at the end of the financial year a number of creditors that had not been paid at the time. But I can assure you, Chair, that these creditors were paid. Our creditors' payment period is within 30 days. Normally, it's actually about 10 days, according to AGSA calculations. We do not have any non-current liabilities, Chair. And in terms of the liquidity ratio, there was quite a big increase, 7.5:1 last year, and then this year is 10. What that simply means is that our assets covers our liabilities 10 times. So if anybody comes and claims, we are actually in a very good position, Chair. Moving on, these are the reasons that we have incurred the surplus. As I've explained, the increase in interest that has been earned, that has not been budgeted for, because we thought in the financial year we're going to spend money to acquire a new building, but we couldn't find a suitable building. I think that's what the revenue that I was talking about of 28 million that we realized from the sale of the building and some other obsolete property, plant and equipment. Chair, the initiative that we're going to finance by the surplus funds is we're going to cover for our provisions and contractual operational commitments. We do have commitments at the end of each financial year. We're also investing in new office equipment. In fact, we have opened our new building that we are leasing for the next 5 years. We opened it just this 2 days ago, and we're quite happy that we have those premises in the meantime. We are also have costs for our ICT goods and services as we are undergoing a lot. You can see the government grant forms about 62% of our revenue, and the balance we have to look for that. And we've got the authentication services, which is verification of national qualifications, and evaluation of foreign qualifications gives us 28%. And these, they fluctuate depending on the volumes, and sometimes it's very difficult when we budget based on those amounts that we're not sure we're going to get. We have identified some new opportunities, and we've actually, Chair, already generated revenue. We have contract revenue with an established financial institution. Chair, we went through a POC, which is a proof of concept, where we did a bulk verification for this financial institution, where they want to verify the qualifications of their credit applicants. And Chair, we were able to realize, and we're going to take this process forward. And the plan, Chair, is to roll out to all the other financial institutions, and we're going to build an API that all these other financial institutions can plug in, and we see this as a good revenue source for us going forward. Not to say that we do not require funding, Chair, from the fiscus. We are also beginning to levy a fee for data requests from other educational institutions and bodies, because it takes time for us to organize the data, to the ease cost involved, and we are beginning to levy a fee. We have realized, Chair, training fees that we are charging to other NQF bodies in Africa, because they come to us, they want to benchmark, and sometimes they take a whole week to learn our systems, and we have costed that and say, surely we can get some revenue out of it, because we're giving away, so to speak, some work that we've done, and there is a revenue that we've collected in the year, and we're happy about that. And we're continuing our funding from research projects. We've got a very strong research unit, and we get some funding in there. So we also intend, Chair, we're working on data, and we want to commercialize some data and earn revenue. For example, data load is a service that, you know, for example, professional bodies, they struggle with that data load, and we find that they hire third parties to do the data load for them. And why can't we do it? You know, this because we are the owners of this data. So these are some of the initiatives, Chair, that we are looking at. So the pie chart just shows the distribution of the revenue for the entity. Chair, these are the additional funding requirements that we don't have, that we work towards. If we look at the current 25-26 financial year, in terms of ICT digitization project, 12 million is short, is what we need. Then there is this aspect of verification services for South African citizens. Chair, it is our strong conviction that this service, should we be funded for it, citizens should be able to access this for free, and the CEO and the other executive were very vocal about it, that if we can be funded for that, we'll be able to give the citizens free verification, which is not the case at the moment because it's unfunded. So if we are to get that amount of 16.2, we'll be able to do that to citizens. And then we've got other unfunded mandates, Chair, like the registration and recognition of professional bodies, the implementation of the Addis Convention. These are mandates that we're expected to do, but they are unfunded. So we've just given until the year 2029, Chair, what are the shortfalls that we would need for us to achieve what we want to achieve. Chair, coming to the audit outcomes for the financial year 24-25, we obtained our third consecutive clean audit, Chair, and that makes it 10 consecutive unqualified audit opinions. We had no irregular or fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Our annual financial statements, annual performance information, and compliance with legislation, we had no significant audit findings identified. Our internal controls, there were no deficiencies that were identified by the AGSA, and we are committed, Chair, to maintaining clean audit outcomes at all times. In terms of the, as was required by this committee, Chair, in terms of the audit action plan, in 24-25 financial year, the AG issued a communication of findings relating to some immaterial adjustments that we then made to the financial statements, and these were fully resolved by the end of July 2025. So therefore, there are no audit findings that are unresolved for preparation of the next year financial year. Chair, this slide is very emotional for me in the sense that I've stolen intellectual property. It's supposed to be Project Letsie. Chair, I think let's just say Project Phoenix is Project Letsie for now. Colleagues, those who are not aware of it, the Chair has been quite vocal and and this committee in particular have been quite supportive of SACO for this project for the past 3 years, such that, you know, the ideas that we were given by the Chair himself, we thought that his name was going to be, you know, the one that is should be identified with this project. But this is where we are, Chair, and I'm happy today to report to you on this project how we are. And we've named it, you know, our digitalization journey from paper to predictive. And if I move on, Chair, this is just the highlight, Chair, of this project that we have taken. And I want to say that, Chair, the system became live and operational on February 4, 2025. And if you look at the figures, the overview, we've had 8,461 ever since we went live in the system of the total transaction. And the total gross amount that we've realized to date from the day we went live is 20,239,970,000, right? And obviously the net revenue after the bank charges and so forth is 19.7 million. Chair, the system is quite popular in the sense that we've got registered users. You see, the transactions are people who then submit their qualifications. But those who just register to be on the system is 27,812. And currently, 37% of all applications have moved from draft status to submitted, which is a status where they've submitted payment. Some people create an application and they don't do a payment, then it's not finished. Chair, we're really quite happy. And if I may pause here a bit, Chair, what we have done, because as I reported last year that we have established a development team in-house because of how expensive it is to get service providers and service providers who develop in such a way that you are forever dependent on them, and we don't have the funds. And the team has now grown to 4 developers, 1 senior project manager, and we're developing most of our systems in-house. Equally important, Chair, I want to mention that we've got, for those 4 developers, we've got 2 intern developers that we have sourced from a We Think Code, which is a presidential youth employment initiative. They are trained on coding, and I must say that those youngsters are really very good. They've been trained on the Python language of development, and they've just come in and are doing wonderful. We are planning to get 2 more developers because we could cut a number of systems and eventually, Chair, what we intend to do, because our systems are integrated with other QCs, and we should be able to help each other across. Of course, that won't come free, Mr. Naidu, but I mean, it will be very reasonable so that we can have the system working. Chair, these are some insights, very important observations that we've seen from this system. And what we like, Chair, about this system is that we're able to get some statistics that are quite important even for other departments like Labor, Department of Home Affairs. If we want to look at the insights, the total applications that we've received is 10,000, right? For those categories, 40% they say their qualifications are being evaluated because they want to study for postgraduate university. So this information becomes very important for the higher education institutions to say, okay, how many people are coming in for postgraduate? And then if we look at the combined study, for example, university level study, postgraduate and undergraduate, that accounts for almost 60% of the applications that we receive. Then we go to work-related visas, that's 28%. And on that, we are able to break down and say, of those who are applying for work-related visas, how many are critical skills visa, right? That is 12%. How many is general work visa? 6%. And how many are applying for professional registrations? We find it's just about 9%. So these insights are very critical. Chair, and there's quite a number. I just wanted to highlight what the system is able to do. And this is a system that we are developing and enhancing every time. And we add metrics as we go along. So the data really shows a strong preference for higher education in South Africa, which means the quality of education is quite high. Of course, work-related visas make up a substantial part, also showing that South Africa is attractive to skilled professionals. The critical skills visa is the most common type of work-related visa, but still accounts for a much smaller proportion than the study categories. School-level education is very minor for visa applications. We don't get that. So this is quite good, and like I said, it's work in progress. We'll add more insights. Chair, just a quick one. I know the CEO had talked about some top countries. If we look at the top countries that apply, we find that there's Zimbabwe with 16%, United Kingdom 9%, United States 9%, Nigeria 6%, India 4%. But overall, Chair, if we look in terms of continents, Africa comes at 64.6%. So what does this tell us? It's a potential to strengthen partnership with local universities, attend trade shows to increase visibility and so forth. So we're also looking at emerging markets. Countries like China, India, and Pakistan are showing huge interest, and the system is showing us that. And also, we talk of diaspora engagement, countries like UK, US, Canada, Australia. They also have some volumes which are likely driven by the diaspora communities. Then this data, we have to say, then what? What strategies are we going to do? So when we implement our AI-powered pre-screening tools, we now know where to concentrate. What are the problem areas? We conduct surveys in top countries to understand their pain points, right? Launch awareness campaigns and multilingual guides to improve accessibility. Also partner with local universities and professional bodies to streamline qualification verification. So, Chair, you really had a good vision on this system, and we are seeing the benefits of it. Again, Chair, I am the financial person, and there is no system that comes without revenue generation out of that system, Chair. These are some of the things that we are looking to say, we have this system. In terms of verification services, how can we then utilize this system, right? We look at bulk verification. We're now going to put in some products around that. We now want to do subscription access, right? That's a service that we're looking at. Premium turnaround, maybe you want 2 days, you pay a premium price for that. Those are some of the things that we are looking at what strategy we can do so that the organization can survive. Then we look at data-driven reports, sectorial trends. These are reports that will be obviously accessed at a fee. Dashboards, benchmarking services. We look at the digital product platforms, credential wallets, data as a service, I've mentioned that, and then looking at some collaborative data models, and consulting and advisory, Chair. I know that we are now sounding like we're not a public entity. We are, Chair. It's just survival. And also making sure that we complement the work that we do. We still do that public work that we're supposed to do. We're also looking at data-driven advisory, NQF advisory, and of course licensing of data sets. Chair, this is what is coming out of this system. And then, Chair, on this slide, allow me, Chair, I think you were out. The CEO of the QCTO said to CHE on their presentation of the digitalization slide, which was a little bit busy. When he presented his, he said, that's how it's done. Chair, I want to say to the to the CEO of the QCTO and the acting CEO of CHE, this is how it's done. Thank you. This is just our technical roadmap, Chair, and I want to take you through this. That if you check October 22, we've done the registers, development of misrepresentation registers. February 2025, as I mentioned, foreign qualification evaluation we launched, right? And then we're looking at March 2026, the data submission and validation tool, the development and implementation of learner submission tool. This is work already in progress that we hoped that we're going to launch it in March 2026. This year, December 2025, is the registration and recognition, which we are working with our colleagues from the quality councils. And then we look at October 2026, we launch the data warehousing. And March 2028, we're looking at digital twins and blockchain. Chair, I will explain that. It might look so far, but I will explain that. Then March 2026, we are now launching in March 2026, the National Qualification Evaluation. Remember, the system that I showed is only foreign. And this national qualification part is being developed in-house with our dev team. So We are launching that in March 2026. So we do have the complete cycle of foreign verifications and national verifications. And March 2027, artificial intelligence and analytics, we should be full force. However, all these, and the rockets keeps going, Chair, all these that I've mentioned, there's already work that have happened in each of the aspects. So this slide shows sort of the milestones for project Letsia, not Phoenix. So authentication services, Chair, we've done business automation. So the foreign evaluation qualification has been done. Misrepresentation registers have been done. These are the building blocks for what we want to do. Then if we move to registration and recognition, business automation has been done. Qualification, part qualification, registration of professional bodies have been done. Then we look at data submission. The business automation has been done. Learner achievement submission has been completed. Then we look at data warehousing. I know that I've said that the full launch will be there, but there is already work. System integration has been done. Cloud computing and cybersecurity, Chair, I reported last time that we are fully on the cloud on all our hot data, except for cold data, which is data which gets back, which is not being used more often because it's quite expensive to host everything on the cloud. But we're fully on the cloud. And cybersecurity, we do have a full-time in-house cybersecurity person, obviously, because of the NLRD that we deal with, so that's quite serious. Then the upgrade of the NLRD, staging and validation has been done. And AI and analytics, we've done the launch phase, Chair, and we have secure and temp-proof digital certificates that were already printing. So although these projects are seeming that they are staggered, there's work that is happening leading up to that. Chairperson, I think on this very exciting project, I'll end here and give back to the board member and the CEO. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think in conclusion, Chair, we can confirm therefore that SAQA is definitely responsive to the global developments and trends. Qualifications, besides the fact that there is a wave that normally puts an emphasis on skills, we basically are of the view that qualifications are important and will always remain important in development of the skills that are required by the economy and the nation. But with that being said, SAQA or the NQF will have to evolve to embrace new forms of credentialing that are increasingly more digital and more interoperable, so that there could be ease of engagement and verifications, both for locals and for those that are coming into the country. The NQF must evolve into a more digital, credential-based system and provide real-time verification and increase and equitable access for learners. That is what at least the stakeholders and the community can anticipate from SAQA going forward. And of course, the SAQA CEO and their executive team have significant role in driving the innovation within the organization, so that with the little resources that we can have, we should be able to produce even more and service the nation as per our own mandate. In SAQA's strategic vision, in short, we must engage proactively with the future of education. We must move towards a digital learner-owned credentials, and the CFO has already highlighted that we would have liked to give particularly the learners or the owners of the qualifications free access to their credentials, of which case now, because of the shortages, we basically have to charge for. So we would like to basically return that, but on top of that, we still need to uphold the credibility and the integrity of the NQF. And before I go off as well, I think at this moment I already highlighted that this was the end of the strategic period. Over and above that, it's also reflecting the end of the current board term. In January, we should be having a new board chair. And with that, I would like to say thank you and say the world is changing, and SAQA is the South African flag bearer for the education. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. My board member wanted to say acting chair, but now you might say that I'm creating problems for you. But thank you very much. The members we've had, I think, Ndati Mabuse, where is DDG Gas? Why is she not? We did not receive a apology. It was there. Yeah? Oh, and then DDG Sopigwa? Okay. Yeah. Steve, so we have 3 quality assurance bodies here. One of them, QCTO, reports to the skills branch. They are raising very serious issues of legislative problems, especially with the SDPs and private colleges. At least the DDG is here. You have SAQA here with reports to DDG Gas, raising many issues as well. That requires departmental assistance. She's not here. We're told she's preparing for the G20 Education Summit next week. That is being held in Mpumalanga. Then we have CHE here. Earlier on, I mean, you'll hear even from our questions, they will mostly are supposed to go to the department because their presentation indicates frustrations. And the DDG Swekukwa responsible there is not here. The department is creating problems for us. So we're supposed to ask questions and not have solutions because somebody who's supposed to answer on what is it that they've been doing about this thing is not here. It's crazy. And I mean, the apology that we're doing G20 education, it's on next week, Thursday. We are attending, well, we're not preparing, we'll attend, but we're here. We're also going to University of Fort Hare at the beginning of the week. We're preparing for that, but we're here in the meeting. But the department, problem is that when we raise these things, colleagues in the department will say we're targeting them. But we're not. In fact, you guys in the ministry, you must be agreeing with us on this one because a department that is not supportive to these entities is going to create problems for you in the ministry. Because if the base is not right, you are going to be pouring water into a bottomless arrangement. So we're appealing to you in the ministry that you must go and relay this message to the minister. The department is making our jobs very difficult. They are making our jobs extremely difficult. The National Qualification Framework, QC2, has been submitted to Parliament by the department told us in August, maybe or July. They've submitted. You are here saying we have a problem with, because then there will be these gaps. So it means the department submitted something that will also not have solve the problems that we have. As we speak, Kuri, just one example, Steve. When we had the strat session, DG there says, I've submitted in June or July. I think they finally said July. But the CEO comes and says, we'll have a problem on this thing of, because you're saying, according to this, on the Higher Education Act part, which I agree with you, that the DG is the register of private institutions, right? The registered. So now that they're extending your mandate, they're saying to you, help us with the new qualifications for TVETs. That's what they've said. But these TVETs also have private of them. So it's somebody else, it's a mandate that belongs to some. It will be extremely difficult for you to even monitor these things. Or this one is doing well. You know, these gaps that we should be closing. Now, when we're talking about this acts that we must change. We're not going to win when the department is, because this would have been a very useful conversation for us with the department to say, this is the problem. Let's look at what have you submitted. What are you talking about? On the, how is this going to solve this problem? Because it means every day we're going to complain about, hey, this act is not biting enough. This act has got problems here. This, it's not going to help us. So please relay our message to the minister with the department. I think we've serious, our problems, I thought they were, you know, on stage 2. I think they're on stage 10. I know we've not had stage 10 load shedding, but you can just imagine it. If we're crying about stage 4, the way we were, this is stage 10. They are at that level. They are worse than ESCOM at their worst. These are the problems we have. But thank you very much, colleagues. Before I give members, CHE, your clean audit, how long have you had it, or you don't have it? How many years in a row? 3 now.
It's 3, Chair, yes.
Okay, thanks. 3 years in a row now. But these entities members, you see, QCTO 9 years, SAQA 10. I don't know what happened because the numbers were very good at CHE. I don't know what happened, but on compliance, I think you can see that we do have capacity in the sector. So when we, you know, we suggested, it's just that we suggest some of the things and they are not taken, but we've suggested that in the sector, let's twin these institutions of ours. Let's say SAQA CFO on compliance, we're twinning you with this SETA. That's, let's say, services SETA, because I know they've had bad audit now for 7 years, qualified for 7 years. So work with them to solve this problem. So you twin, it's an internal capacity we have, we're not utilizing. You know, we have other entities that are doing so bad on compliance and others that are doing so good on compliance. AG was here, was at Pains yesterday, on Wednesday, telling us that including, you know, submissions of financial statements. When you look at this financial statement, if AG did not have a process to correct, it will be bad everywhere. So our people are, in order for me, I mean, submission of putting together financial statement should be a standard thing. You say it must have X, Y, and Z. Then you submit, they say, no, okay, yeah, we don't think you've got material misstatements, but many of them, first submission, they've got too many material misstatements. Then they're given a second chance to correct. But we do have internal capacity in the department, which we are not utilizing. We have asked the department, Steve, to help us with it. They are not helping. So we're asking you to please relay the message to the minister. Let's utilize what we have. You know, it will be better next year if we have, out of, let's say, 100 entities, maybe minus 26 universities, out of 75 entities, okay, minus 50 TVETs that are also not done by AG. Out of the entities that are audited by the AG, you have 3 year, we have NSFAS, NSF, HISS, you have 21 sitters. We have the department, we bring them, we say, all of you are 50. As we speak now, this year, this 50, we've got these 4 or 5 categories of audits. Number one, we don't want anybody submitting late or not submitting financials. So we work on a program to help this one. So we coordinate it because currently it's not coordinated. Say every 3 months there should be a departmental internal audit feedback session, where from an internal audit CFO point of view, we know we're struggling on that one, we're struggling there, we're struggling there. And if the twinning teams, maybe we have said SAQA CFO, we are working with services SITA CFO, and it's not working, we then go and say, QCTO, go and help, because sometimes CFO of SAQA is not there. So go and help here. So we now bring 2 people because we're realizing from an internal audit point of view that on our own they were not going to make it at the end of the year, right? So we target certain things. The first one will be all submissions must be on time. The second part, which is immediate, is that this, at least the base, the submission of financial statements must not have misstatements. They must follow GRAP standard. They must be in line with what should be submitted. Let's talk about other things, whether, you know, what do you call this? You've got your terms of accounting. I'm not an accountant, so I will not know those terms, all of them. But you've got this thing that the AG finds or qualifies you on historic things. I don't know what you call it. I forgot. What do you call it? Yeah. Yeah, they are recurring some or from prior years, something to that extent. So maybe that one will accept, or okay, we're still correcting those ones. But these other ones that we should be able to do, the information that we have submitted, does it follow SMART standards? So those things really, honestly, there are certain things we should not really talk about. So maybe, Steve, that's the second thing that we'll ask you to relate to the minister. Twinning or having this or that thing, we twin them, and then, but also we have regular or quarterly meetings with internal audits of these people where, I mean, we create that platform to say, what is the problem, how can we help, so that tomorrow we are not surprised when Auditor General comes and say, Minister, I've audited your entities, I want to give you a report, and we're surprised. We should know that by that time that here we've got capacity problems, here we've got this and that. So I thought I will come with my own questions that will be unfair to yourselves, some of them, because the department is not here. But maybe let's give members. Members will take 15 minutes each, and then I'll give grace. So don't look at me like that. No, no, No. Honorable Dr. Christians must leave. I told you she comes from a small dorp, so flights are very scarce there, you know. So I'll start with you, Honorable Christians, just in case you decide to. I mean, Steve, if you listen to this, the project which the intellectual property was stolen, you'll realize that we've got no excuse. I mean, they've got a register now of foreign qualifications. Yeah, a baseline of, you know, it's a system that in a second, if we come and say, I studied at, what is that university, that one in London that apparently gives people for free? Yeah, that one. So, what do you call it?
It's headed by the professor from...
Yeah, I know. Don't say those things. I know Prof. Habib is going to respond to you. I think it's clear that it was you who said that. So I studied there, for an example. I get qualification, they come verify. It becomes part of the register. That whatever happens, they can access it. So what is so difficult? They are saying they've done it internally. Rona, we are struggling to create a learner management system for these sitters, for all of them to put, with an ID number, put here. As we speak again, in fact, we come from far west. 2022, 2023, we had over 10,000 learners who the AG, and remember the AG samples. Now, over 10,000 from the sampled data that were doubling up from, you know, in other cities as well. Over 10,000. Let's just assume we'll take the minimum. It's 1,500, what do you call that thing? Allowance, what is that? Stipend. If you count there, we're losing a lot of money. The same thing is happening even today. Yes, the numbers may be low, but it's still happening. Bursaries. Some of the cities pay bursaries of students that are on NSFAS. Double dipping again on the same government. When we have other students out there who are desperate for this thing. So there's no reason why we should really be talking 5 years about learner management system. When these people, we suggested some of this thing during COVID, when they were going through a very difficult, or just after COVID. Look at it now. It's almost a Rolls Royce, and it's in-house developed. So when we tell them, sometimes our colleagues from the department, all right, this is an excuse. Even myself, I'm not a technical person, but even myself, if you can give me the resources that you have there, I'll probably use half and I'll produce this product. This, when you complain, you see the department is not, we had said NSF must fund it. They can even decide that it must be housed at NSF to avoid politics that we are now being told about. We told them, about, if you give it to one seat, other sitters are going to say, no, why that one? Even though it's, they're dealing with the ICT, they are sitter responsible for that. But we had said, put it under NSF so that all of them submit data here. They said no, they decided to do that. Now they are complaining. I say no, there's politics there, other sitters are advertising the same thing. They are going to do it because from the department point of view, we are not giving strategic leadership. They advertise there something that you as the department have said must be central. You keep quiet. You come to the committee, you'll complain. Or yeah, you see Sitter X. I saw it on a Sunday newspaper. They've advertised. But it's as if we've forgotten it's us who are supposed to lead there. We want to complain. So the department, and Dr. Mabusela, you said you are representing the department, you are acting DG today. So we must we must give you these things so that when you go there, maybe if it's explained by some of you, you guys will understand, because we explain this thing all the time. They've generated 20 million in 10 months. And it's not even a fully fledged. I had said to them, so for now we'll allow it to be Project Phoenix. But when it has encompassed all the ideas, including, for me, the Honorable Ngubane, I think businesses in South Africa have been scammed a lot with fake CVs. People who say, at this time I was working here, when we know they were not working there. There are many, but I saw they are doing it there. It's part of the last part. So we said to them, also introduce a CV that you can sell to companies. So currently, Honorable Christians, a member of parliament, you go, you upload, you give them your CV. So when you apply at a company, you don't have to send your CV. That company will just write to SACO and say, we're thinking of shortlisting Honorable Christians. Can you give us the bio or the CV of? If you put blockchain there, you can't go to your old CV that you had submitted at Transnet, for an example, and then change what you had put there. So this one will be locked. So we said there's value for money. There's no business, in my view, that will not buy from you if you do that. And I see at least it's part of when the rocket is taking off. That's when we're changing the names now. You see, when it's approaching that angle, we're changing the name from because even Project Phoenix. If you Google it now, you'll find you've got Project Phoenix in America, Project Phoenix at SANDF here. I want to confuse our people, so must go to the right way at the right time. But I think you've had members; they've done extremely well. Honorable Christians, Honorable Ngubane says you want 20 minutes, so I'll give you 20 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. And I think you're right in saying that we actually needed the department here today to answer all our questions adequately. So I'm going to try to, just stick to the finance part of it. So I think we've really seen across the portfolio in the last 2 days of reporting that the Auditor General has observed regression in audit outcomes, and which has been worrying for us. There have been weak findings, weak internal controls, for example, a weak consequence management. However, the entities before us today have shown us a little bit of a different picture, which is encouraging. But still, I think you are performing under pressure. You are carrying mandates that are expanding faster than the funding that is coming in, and that is obviously problematic. We've heard you saying it over and over again, and we really empathize with that, and we're hoping that the department has given an ear to that and will see to some sort of mechanism to assist you in the future. So just to DHET, I just have, I think, one question because the rest of the team is not here. So today, as in today, when entities have consistently achieved clean audits, as we've seen, but they are warning us time and time again that they are financially unsustainable. What is your strategy then to ensure that compliance does not mask institutional instability? Specifically, have you as the department developed a multi-year funding plan for all 3 quality councils that aligns budget with the mandate, especially the new mandates that you have given them for expansion? And then, Chair, I'm just going to carry on with my questions. The next question is to the Council of Higher Education. Now, again, we've noted that you've performed well, and you've said you've performed well over the last 3 years, I think you've said. Again, a limited budget. In the annual report and the AG's findings, it has shown that you've really stretched beyond capacity. I think the CEO has mentioned that. Finances have mentioned that's worrying. And really, the oversight, the transformation oversight function that the minister has assigned is problematic because it remains unfunded. And the council is now juggling a quality assurance mandate and a transformation monitoring role with static financial and human resources. So we are therefore seeing compliance on paper, but potentially and worryingly, it could mean a collapse in sustainability in the future. So my question to you is, or one of the questions is that I've noted that you've said that you've initiated audits of 50 universities. If you can just explain to us what you hope to achieve, and with your findings, how you hope to assist these universities to ensure quality going forward, especially in light of the problems we've been seeing over the last few weeks. And then also, you've reported that your institutional audits and program accreditation turnaround times have improved, yet several private higher education providers have raised concerns about delays and backlogs in approvals. So really, if you can just take us through that, why have there been delays or backlogs in those approvals, and whether you have reported any improvements recently in that. And then to SAQA, I mean, I don't really have much, except that you have demonstrated administrative excellences. You've had clean audits, you've had strong delivery. You continue to perform well despite your funding problems. I have a question about your National Learner Records database, which you've mentioned needs work. So, just the reliability thereof. The AG warned that these delays and resource strains could threaten the reliability of your National Learner Records database and undermine the integrity. Now, what processes have you put into place to sort of mitigate that? And then you've also noted rising litigation costs and multiple pending cases relating to retrenchments and accreditation disputes. Now, my question just is, and you can just put it to us shortly, what are these disputes about mainly, and what percentage of the current budget is being diverted to legal costs, and what reforms then are in place or being implemented to reduce the institution's exposure to such litigation. And then also to SAQA, there was mention that you sold your building. And that might have come up in previous discussions within the higher education portfolio. But from my side, I just want to know, was it a sound financial decision? Was it sold within value? And then additionally, with regard to your relocation then, did that balance with regard to your relocation costs? Were your relocation costs budgeted for? And, over the next 10 to 20 years, what does that leasing look like in respect of the 2 million rand that you actually received for the sale of the building? And, and I'm talking here about rent escalation, maintenance, capital growth, etc. And then also, what has SAQA done with the proceeds of that sale of that building? Have they been reinvested? For example, into ICT that you've mentioned remains problematic, into verification systems, for example, staffing that could be a problem, or have they been absorbed into general operations? So those are my questions to you. To QCTO, I have, and please indulge me here, I have a few problematic questions, and I hope that I'm going to bring them across correctly. So, in the recent weeks, I've received quite a number of emails from stakeholders and relevant institutions that have raised concerns to us. And these concerns are mostly with regard to the application of new administrative requirements during the QCTO's ARPL quality assurance. I've also seen official correspondence from QCTO, specifically an email dated on the 15th of October to the Deputy Director. And here there's an outline of new evidentiary conditions for learner files. Now, the email also confirms that, there's learner CVs, service letters, the inclusion of assessor interview notes as evidence, and affidavits of missing qualification certificates. All these are mentioned within the email. Now, what is significant here is that these conditions were not part of June 2025 approvals for the same training provider that has written this email to you, where 142 learner files were accepted then in June, but now were sort of declined or rejected due to QCTO saying that there are now new evidentiary conditions applied. So now, while no one disputes QCTO's authority, definitely not, and we definitely want to uphold quality, that's a given. But the concern, I think, for these people or this company is procedural. Now, these new compliance conditions were introduced and applied, it seems to me, mid-cycle, without any formal policy notice. It wasn't gazetted, they weren't consulted, and I think this just raises questions under Section 33 of the Constitution and also the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act, which require all administrative action to be lawful, reasonable, and procedurally fair. So I just want clarity on these new ARPL verification requirements. Were they formally authorized? Were they communicated across all centers, both public and private? And were they implemented consistently so as for these public and private enterprises to properly prepare themselves? Because now they have a backlog. In this instance, this particular company, 142 learners who are now sitting and unable to be verified or unable to get through to their trade tests. So that on the one hand. Then next, QCTO speaks of phasing out the outdated qualifications, that is the old NATED courses, and we know that has been on the cards for a very long time. And I think we're all happy with that. The NATED courses come on, as far as what I know, TVET colleges, or in those days, training colleges, 1991, there around. I think the NATED courses come from there. So it's really heartening to see that they are phasing them out and that new programs are being brought in. But my question to you is, why is the legacy trades intake still so high? Is it because they are not trusting the new courses? Is it because there has not been a lot of advocacy for the new QCTO course? Is it perhaps an accreditation issue? Or is it just a general confusion as to how these courses should be implemented at the colleges and maybe testing and trade testing, etc. So, and eventually, how will this be rectified? If you are saying you are phasing it out by certainly, I think you said 2026, and will that be in time then to see to it that the current NATED, those who are still doing the legacy trades, the current NATED courses, that they don't fall behind and that eventually they will actually be accredited artisans. I think that is a huge concern. Then the delayed development of many occupational qualifications. There's a narrative that hundreds of occupational qualifications are still not developed or available. And that is now beyond the 14-year deadline given in policy. And many should have been ready by 2024. And I think that is maybe part of the problem that we're sitting with now, with the new courses that need to be accredited. Many training forums have flagged no confidence in QCTO, citing the slow pace of qualification development and accreditation. And really the question just is, when will that be finalized? And when will we restore that confidence so that we can see an influx into TVET colleges again, into CET colleges? And, I think it was mentioned somewhere that people or the public there's a higher confidence in private institutions rather than in our TVET colleges. So, just tell us a little bit about when those occupational qualifications will really be viable for our TVET colleges. I think, Chair, I'm going to stop there.
Thank you very much. Who's starting?
Thank you very much, Chair. If I can start to respond to Honourable Christian's questions, and then the CFO will take the hard questions. So firstly, thank you for the acknowledgement. We do a lot with very little, but we do so, of course, with partnership and collaboration. In terms of the specific questions that have been asked, our National Learner Records database is a system of very strong integrity. It's a database of strong integrity. But that being said, it is not full, it's not complete, there are gaps in it. And we have, in fact, through this portfolio committee, also been pushing the agenda of everything that is awarded and certificated must come to us. What we are, I think, pleased about is that the amendments to law have actually also supported this. So the 2023 proclamation of the NQF Act actually says that within 30 days, the information must come to us. Of course, we are working on the system to make sure that that does actually happen. And again, this is something that happens through advocacy, awareness, and through our collaboration with the quality councils, because it is actually through the quality councils that we get quality assured information. We do have resource constraints, but again, the work that we do in diversifying our revenue actually supports the further innovation. It shouldn't. We would like that money to come from the fiscus, because in our opinion, the NLRD is a national asset. We are one of the only countries in the world with such a complete database that we're able now to start to really draw insights from. And to the Chair's point, doing different systems in different spaces makes absolutely no sense to us. This is also something that we've been engaging the new minister on, and I believe his ear is open. He actually said recently we must integrate systems. We've also been working with the department because there is work that has started to happen on a national students data warehouse, and the CHE have been leading that work. They have very generously said, bring SACO into the space, because why again are we building sectoral systems and investing separately in these sectoral systems? So our work has been to collaborate and to coordinate and integrate. It needs funds, it needs collaboration, but I think we're in that space now with the new political willingness and a partnership amongst the quality councils to really start to move into this space. And I do hope that next year when we come back and report, we'll be able to report on some progress. In terms of rising litigations, this is where I'm going to start to hand over to the CFO, but there has certainly been an exponential rise in litigation. Unfortunately, what happens is because SACWA is part of the ecosystem, we are joined to everything. Absolutely anything that happens in the CHE, we get joined. QSTO, we get joined. DHET even, we get joined. So unfortunately, when something happens in the quality assurance space, and you mentioned, Honourable Christian's accreditation, we don't do accreditation, but it's a very contentious space, and as soon as somebody doesn't get their accreditation, they take the QSTO to court, and I get joined. And it's something that we've been really racking our brains about. How does one step out of this space? It doesn't seem like something that we can do, but what we have realized is if we continue to advocate and create awareness so that people themselves understand, number one, not how to get into these litigious spaces that they shouldn't be in, but secondly, where they are empowered at that point of making a decision that they don't have to take it to the courts. And if they are in the courts, that they also have the awareness that this is not a SACWA issue. This is a, whoever else issue. So we're hoping that driving awareness and information will help with us with that. But what we have done in the meantime is that when the litigation happens, and like I said, it's always joined. We are always the third or fourth, and then the ministers behind us, unfortunately. When that happens, what we've started to do is we've joined forces. So there's currently a case, and we've said, QCTO and the CETA that brought us into the space, let us share legal representation and let us share costs, because it cannot be that we're each spending on the same things. So we're trying to mitigate in these spaces with information and collaboration. But it is, I think, still work that needs to be done. I am going to hand over to the CFO to talk about the percentage of legal costs and the building sale. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, thank you very much, CEO, and thank you very much, Honorable. In terms of the legal costs, I know the CEO also touched on us being joined everywhere in the system. I would just add as well that even individual students, for example, I think we've had 2 legal cases where a university offers a wrong qualification. SAQA is part of and we have to defend ourselves. So we find ourselves in there. However, we have really tried to manage the cost for legal, and I would say that it's about, it has increased in the previous year. Previous year we had about 2.5 million on legal cases for the organization. And this year is 3 million, which is an increase of about 9%. If we look at the bigger scheme of things, Honorable, that cost is really manageable. However, we have inherited, when I say inherited, this executive, when we joined, SAQA had just gone through retrenchment, and 100 people were retrenched, and 33 employees took us to the CCMA and now to the labor court, and they are challenging that. In fact, now what we are happy about, that case is progressing well. They are not challenging the Section 189 process, but now they are challenging that the process that some people were interviewed and rehired, the fairness of the interview process and stuff like that, which we are happy about, because then that means the retrenchment was above board. But we have to defend that. So those are some of the labor cases that we have, and the one also maybe a big one labor issue other than the retrenched was for the former CFO, who has also taken us to taken SAQA to the labor court, and those are just the labor relations issues, but nothing really within the organization. And so those are the figures. In terms of the building, Chair, yes, the decision to sell the building was very sound. Firstly, the building was, its location itself, over the years, it was now in an area that is a student area surrounded by pubs and bars. Not to say that the SAQA staff were going in there, but it's an old building, a 6-story building, which had, for example, just plumbing alone, the quotation to fix the PVC pipes that were now very smelling and being a health hazard, that plumbing alone, because of the structure, was about 21 million. And I think this building was bought for about 2 million, if I'm not mistaken, in 2000. And when we sold that, we did realize a profit after, obvious, all the investment over the years of 12 million. And if you look at the cost-benefit analysis to say, can you repair this? If plumbing alone, and we sold it for 30 million, plumbing alone was 21 million. So the decision was very sound, and we were also very deliberate about how are we going to. The process was to buy another building, and of course, if you buy your new home, you have to make sure that the location and everything is right, what you need to do, and we couldn't get that in time, and we got obviously the approval to lease for the next 5 years. However, we also calculate to say, okay, these proceeds, we have invested them with CPD, and we've had reserves also to add for the purchase of the building. The interest that we're getting, if you saw what I presented, is about 10 million, and our cost for rental per year is from 6 million in year one, 7 million in year two, with the escalations to about 9 million, which is still below just the interest portion. So that is covered. So we are quite happy with that. I think that was all. Did I miss anything, CEO?
No, maybe just to add that our 6-story building was half empty after retrenchments. And we also weren't able to lease the empty space, and so it did make abundant sense to us to let it go. We did get the approval of the erstwhile minister, and we are still pursuing a purchase of the asset going forward.
Sorry, Chair, maybe just to add that is still within the space of higher education. The building has been converted to student accommodation, which for us is also really a good thing that it's not gone, is still within helping the higher ed sector. Thank you.
Okay, well, that's good that you're not hiring for 30 million a year. So you're leasing for 6 million. Hopefully the rent per square meter well within the rates of the area there.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair and Honourable Christians, for the questions. The purpose of including private higher education institutions in the institutional audits process is because the law requires first and foremost that we do that. We believe in the peace sector as a single system, and all players within that system to undergo similar processes, particularly around quality assurance. So if we are able to work with public institutions to ensure that students do not receive inferior education in that space, we must equally look at private higher education institutions to ensure the same. Additionally, for that space is the requirement of registration with the department. Part of the considerations of the department is where they are in terms of quality of their qualifications and programs. We do not make recommendations to the department either, or in terms of whether they should be re-registered or shouldn't be re-registered. All we do is to give the department the reports of our quality assurance processes. And an institutional audit process is an interesting one because we look at the institution as an entity in its entirety. Of course, it's not a forensic audit. We're looking at specific issues around the academic projects, learning and teaching, community engagement, research, and the allocation of resources to support that work. That's what we're really looking at. And we look at those institutions within their own context. And private higher education institutions are very, very different from public institutions. You find very small, almost 4-room, bedroom, house-based institutions. Of course, it's not a house, but how small it could be. And then some quite large, larger than some of the public institutions as well. So you have to understand that there are nuanced, peculiar institutions in that space, and that have to be treated with a certain level of sensitivity without compromising the standards that we use to engage with them. We use exactly the same standards for public institutions as we do for private higher education institutions. In fact, what is interesting is that most of them want to be judged exactly the same way. All they are asking for is fairness in the way that we consider them, because they do not have funding beyond what they can generate themselves, unlike public institutions where they also, the states also assist. Of course, we're not asking the states to then do something about that. That is not really our call, although they have raised this with us. So we have to be able to guarantee quality in that space the same way we are able to guarantee quality in public universities. That's why we do this. We stack up for public institutions. We did them almost as a single go, because there's 26 of them. We align the re-registration period of public institutions with the institutional audit. So when that time is up for the department to consider their registration status, that's when we audit them. Because then we are able to have a direct input into the decision of the department on whether or not to continue registration for those institutions. So we are actually, as a benefit, able to then say we are comfortable with what is happening in those spaces. Because what happens is that we go in, we engage with the institution through the audits, after which we develop a set of recommendations to speak to each of the standards that we're looking at for institutions to then respond to through an improvement plan. That improvement plan we monitor until completion. So the institution does not go out of sight in terms of our monitoring until we are satisfied that in fact that institution has sufficiently addressed all of the recommendations that we have asked. The HEQC is very, very strict about this, that we go through an improvement plan, address it, we monitor that through progress reports. Once we are happy, we then say this particular process is closed for you, you can proceed with your business. With respect to program accreditation, as I indicated, honourable members, that we have actually made very significant strides here. We do not have a serious backlog in the system currently. What we have is the institutions that may submit an application, we send it back because it doesn't meet some of our requirements, it comes back. And as soon as it comes back, the institution might calculate that as an extended period of time, when in fact, when it comes back, the process for us begins again. So it's not a continuation of the first and so forth. But for the institution, we submitted the first application 5th of January 1922. You came back to us in September 1922, and then you sent us another application in 2000. We are starting again from 1922, when in fact for us the new application is what we are now considering. So it's a difference in alignment of our process and what they consider to be a continuation of the accreditation processes. So as a system, there are no backlogs at this stage. There might be delays in individual institutional processes because of the level of engagement that we're going to have with the institution. This is an area where we are really, really chuffed about, to use a colloquial language, Honourable Chair, because it's been a source of a very serious headache for both the CHE and the institutions over the years. SAPA would suffer this as well, because then we send them a plethora of qualifications to register at the same time, and there are issues there because we're trying simply to get rid of the bubble. I must state this, that in our processes, we do emphasize efficiency, because that's really, really critical for institutions to be able to offer what they need to offer. And for some of these institutions, this is an existential issue. If you delay their accreditation, it really puts them out of business. So we try and do this as quickly as possible. But in doing so, quality is of utmost importance for us. The criteria for qualification and program accreditation cannot be deviated from. It has to be complied with strictly. And that's really is something we are very strong about, and we emphasize this with institutions from the beginning of the process, including when we start with our capacity development, to ensure that institutions understand that we will not speed up a process just for efficiency's sake. We have to make sure that what students get in the end is really something we can guarantee. So those would be our responses to the current questions. Thank you, Chair.
So you're saying there are no delays. So you're saying there's because we might have received some complaints that some institutions are prioritized on certain programs that they've applied for late or later compared to others. Then others have not been gotten their feedback or accreditation. How do you then explain that? Because you're saying, I understand the global picture painting, that we don't want them to apply late applications. But then others will say, I applied in March 2024, and this private institution applied in September 2024. In March or in April 2025, you accredited them. You have not finalized my accreditation. And if you look at the criteria, we've met the criteria, both of us. How would you then respond to that?
Chair, it would be on an institutional, individual basis. For us, it's not prioritization of any institution. We do not rank institutions in theory or in practice. We deal with applications as and when we receive them. If an institution submits an incomplete application, obviously there will be delays for that particular institution. Or if it doesn't meet some requirements, obviously there will be delays for that institution. It may happen from time to time that in the review and the processing of applications, that one perhaps falls through the gaps, but it hardly happens in this way, because our system now is that everything is put online. We're no longer doing the manual email applications and so forth. I'm not aware of an individual case, but it might exist. So we are not going to say there is no such a case. If there is, it would be a peculiarity that we'll have to deal with for that particular institution. But certainly, as a matter of principle, we do not rank institutions. We might even say first come, first served, because we take a batch of applications that we've received, we table to our governance structures to process, we take another batch as and when we receive them. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, Chair, there
Oh,
was
yes.
one question, I think that we haven't answered on the funding of the transformation function. The function, even though we've been given by the minister, we had written back to the minister to say we are happy to take the function, but we would like to have budget for it. So we would not go and do a specific project for that particular, for that function. But we do put in work if it is related to other work that we are already doing, and it's not going to compromise the budget or derail us from the work that we're doing. So, for instance, the example that I gave earlier on, where we did about doctoral about the what was it? Doctoral qualifications and access to it. That work, it does help with the transformation in the higher education, because then it will help with the quality if there are more doctoral employees in the universities. But also it would also help the access for the students to know that why are they not able to study, or what are they, is it expensive, is it taking too much time, what is it that needs to be done. So we would do that, we'll put it in the research that that we are doing in other areas. And so until we do get full funding, then we will do that. But we have, when we're doing the strategic plan for from 2026, we have put in a strategy plan in place that if it is funded, then we will be able to fully implement it. But at the moment, if it's not fully funded, then we're unable to do everything that we would have liked to do. Thanks.
Thank you. QCTO.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and thank you to the Honourable member for the questions, Honourable Christians. Yeah, you found a bit of difficulty in how you were going to phrase the questions. I'm finding some difficulty in how I'm going to respond to them. Because I have particular issues which I need to generalize, but I also don't want to overgeneralize. So I need to be quite careful. But let me preface my response to all three of your questions that we're in a system of transition. CETA's performed quality assurance functions, and now it's being transferred to the Quality Council. So obviously, you're going to get a lot of unhappy people in that process, especially when it comes to new requirements, even in the offering of the qualification. And I think it's exactly what the CHE said. Quality for us is of paramount importance. So I might divulge something here today that may question the plumber that you're going to get working at your house, or the electrician, whether they are adequately qualified or whether they're certificated in the correct ways. Let me also indicate that artisan ARPL is the artisan RPL route. It's a route of learning. I want us to get there. One way is a formal way. You go through your complete institutional training, your workplace experience. RPL is for somebody who didn't have all of that. But there had to be a process to do that. And I'm glad I've got Mr. Mabuzela here with me, because he'll be able to assist me if I don't answer this one correct. RPL or ARPL has become a business in our system, where learners who do not, maybe I don't know, maybe let's use the word learners, who have not satisfied all of the requirements adequately, are being processed through via the CETAs to the National Artisan Moderating Body and then to the QCTO. And what we are doing at the QCTO is finding gaps in all of that. So you would find an application for somebody to be certificated via RPL who may not have the required work experience, which is supposed to be part of the portfolio. You may also have the case where the person does not have the N2 as per the regulations right now, if we're still talking about the NATED route, not coming through. And I think I know the email you're talking about. The person is not registered as a skills development provider. The person is just processing ARPL candidates. And when Ms. Starr presented, she showed you about 90%. Almost the majority of that comes from the QCTO side of things. But now we're going to have to hold back because we are finding that there are these issues. So now let me get directly to the question. Was there a change in the requirement? Yes, there was. But it was a tightening up of the system to say, we need this evidence. We cannot accept things at face value. So let me be quite honest that there was no gazetting of it. The ARPL has its set of requirements, but there's been a flouting of it inside of that. And so QCTO is strengthening those processes. And we either decline or then we reject. So yes, it may have happened mid-cycle with this particular provider or providers, but it is to remedy an error that we have found immediately. And that would possibly lead to a re-gazetting of the requirements for ARPL in order to strengthen it. In many cases, the learners, as I indicated, on the one hand would not have been got the required work experience, and that is a fixed number of years of work experience or a minimum set of qualifications. What we find happening is a mushrooming of trade test preparation centers. They are not bona fide trainers. Chair, would you indulge me to share an example with you? We had an example of a person who sent us a trade certificate to be verified for being a plumber, sent to us by one of the municipalities. And when we looked at it, everything looked legitimate. We went to NAM, everything was legitimate. Went to the trade test center, everything was legitimate. Did the person go and do the trade test? Yes, they did. But then we get back to the company, the municipality, to say, this person meets all the criteria. Why are you still seeking clarification? So because this person's been sitting as an admin person here. I've been seeing them here every day for the past, I don't know how long. Where's the experience? We then went back and found that there was a fraudulent letter that said she worked for one of the big 5 companies for 5 years, which got her through the system. She wrote the trade test. And when we confronted her, the issue was that she went for 2 months to a trade test center who just knew what the trade test was going to be like and said, connect this pipe to that and connect that pipe to that and do. But if you ask her why she did it in that way, she would not have known. Obviously, we would do the certificate. Got that kind of system that we are developing. And when we put measures in place to stop that, QCTO is enemy number 1. And we'll take it on the chin for that. Phasing out of the NATED. Let me just say there's a good and there's a bad. The good is, and maybe I failed, Chair, in my presentation to indicate that at the moment, TVET colleges are accredited for over 252 occupational qualifications, accredited for over 106, for over 400, and we have 106 TVET colleges as assessment centers for these new trades. And in total, we have 456 trade accreditations. The highest, I think this is interesting, TVET colleges, obviously the highest is electrician. But what if I told you we've got 5 that are enrolled for something called cybersecurity analyst? So we're getting it right in some parts. ECD, early childhood development, we've got 8 TVET colleges offering those qualifications. And I can go on with some of the examples. However, the challenge is that for a long time, the NATED courses were believed to be outside the pre-2009 and only later came on. So TVET colleges have a lot of catching up to do. There's a lot of capacity building that needs to be done. We're currently busy with the department in terms of lecture capacity, etc. But the shift is more positive for me than ever before. Again, because of the looming deadlines. The issue of trades, let me come back to the issue of trades. Why still the legacy trades? The legacy trades were never registered on the National Qualifications Framework. The department has a register of 125 registered trades in the country. Here comes the QCTO. We take these trades and we are revamping them into occupational trades, which means the biggest thing is that we are adding the knowledge component to what was previously mainly a practical exercise of doing something without necessarily knowing why you are doing it. We have thus far developed over 75 of those 125 into occupational qualifications. We're trying to push them through the system. Why is that blue number still so high? Because it's about changing the paradigm, changing the mindset. People have to re-engineer. They have to get new equipment. In fact, even their skill sets themselves, they need new sets of skill sets to respond to the changing landscape in terms of where is technology going and how these trades are changing. So that's partly the reason. Now that the trades, when we register the new occupational trades, they are on the NQF. They become more meaningful to the recipients. But we're going to have to work together with the SETAs, with NAM, with industry itself to bring down those numbers of the legacy trades. Put bluntly, it was much easier going that way than through the occupational. But you came out without less knowledge.
Can I just ask,
Yes.
before you carry on, with regard to then the new courses and trade testing, how will that be done in TVET colleges now? Because previously, when you do a trade test, you get sent to, for example, and I can't remember if it's Olifantsfontein, Olifantshoek, or whatever. They had a few in the country, 2 or 3. How is that trade testing going to happen now?
Chair, in my presentation, I said the integrated, the ISA, the External Integrated Summative Assessment, was one of the biggest innovations or disruptors into the system. It disrupted both your normal assessment as well as your trade tests. So right now for the occupational qualifications, if you go via that route, you will write the theory and you will write the practicals. And I'm glad I've got my deputy chairperson here who's a principal of a college, whose college is an accredited assessment center. He'll be able to answer that as well. So there are these components. And when we talk about these TVET colleges that have been accredited, they offer that. If you had to go to the, it's called Indlela, previously called COT, which was the one trade test center that you had to go to in the country prior to democracy. There was only one. You would have trade tests, 5 envelopes per trade, basically very predictable. You're either going to get 1 to 5. You were well trained, you got that. We are trying to now ensure that there isn't that predictability, but your skills will be tested, and hence we've got the ISAs. Let me just also add that post-democracy, we then ended up with over 650 trade test centers across the country. And we are now in the process, together with NAMB in the department, on a cleanup process. As the accreditations expire, we check that you're meeting the new set of criteria in order to be accredited. And that is why we are now with a focus on the TVET colleges. But I think, Chair, the point that I want to make is that trades were not registered, and that is why they had that low-down status. Everybody spoke about just a red seal, and that was all it meant to them. Now somebody can walk around and say, my trade is an NQF level 4. We got mechatronics. Somebody can now go and say, I got this trade, it's at level 5. The opportunities that has for the learner, they can go into higher education, it gives them just more value and more worth. And then lastly, Chair, the issue of the delay in development of qualifications. Now I showed that blue, yellow, and green, and you can see that the delays are where the seaters who are supposed to be talking to industry about where the developments need to happen haven't come back to say these are the new qualifications. So we are dependent on industry where these qualifications are actually required. But having said that, we have over 786 occupational qualifications registered, new occupational qualifications, and we have over 200 and plus skills programs. However, as I indicated when I did present the slide, we have only until June 2026 in which to ensure that all of these qualifications are developed. So the issue is that if somebody complains that there's not enough qualifications, it means you haven't worked through your SETA or your industry body so that that information feeds through to us as the people responsible for developing that. The issue of trust in private versus public is because of SETAs, all since their establishment focused mainly on private. They could only, TVET colleges, in fact, their hands were tied, not the SETAs. TVET colleges could only offer 20%. There was an 80-20 rule in TVET colleges. So that stopped TVET colleges. So there was the skills development providers, the private, took up more of that. And so when we say there's a trust, it is those who trusted that SETA system, do not want to migrate to a system where we are trying to equal the playing field between private and public and ensure that we have the same quality in both. So, Chair, I think I hope I answered the question in a very gentle, but I went specific in some cases to show you that this sector has huge challenges, absolutely huge challenges. Thank you, Chair.
And you have given the department these problems that you have about the coordination between QC2 and the SETAs and private SDPs who want to get accredited. So the department is well aware of this problem. Okay, thanks. We'll follow up with the department. Honorable Nguban.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, and thanks for the presentation from all three entities. I think, Chair, I think these are institutions where on some occasion we have to, as a portfolio committee, take our heads off that these are three institutions that are doing their best in trying to perform. Like you said in the beginning, it's a pity the department is not here to answer some of the critical questions, especially the issue of them being underfunded. These issues are supposed to be driven by the department, where the department robs in the treasury departments or whichever entity that must try and assist this institution funding so that they can perform according to their optimal level. But the department is nowhere to be found again. I think somehow we even told ourselves, Chair, that this department is under administration. It's only that the name now is outstanding to say it's under administration. It's not assisting us on critical issues that are supposed to happen, to make sure that they find ways of saying, oh, yeah, there is a good here. How can I capitalize on this good to make it the best? But they're nowhere to be found. So, and there's too much wastage is going on in some institutions where funds can be saved and be channeled through these institutions. So I think I will do like my colleagues as well and ask all institutions, and then they will answer where they can, and then they will chip in where they can. The general delays in certificate printing, we have a huge challenge in most our entities, especially SETAs. I hear one of the presenters here spoke about backlogs What I would like to know is whose challenge is this one sitting with, and how can it be solved quickly? Because sometimes we receive complaints about that kids haven't received their certificate, and a kid finished the qualification and training a year ago, and they are sitting and they don't have the certification to an extent that they can't go apply for a job, they can't be hired. So if you can get a response of who's sitting with this problem and how it can be solved faster, if it's a challenge, where the challenge is sitting at, so that we know to pinpoint and to solve the problem where it is residing. If we can get a feedback on that how can we solve this problem of the certificate backlogs. And then we heard again, Chair, here of the issue of CETA reforms and CET reforms. Again, if the department can give us a document of what are the reforming, how far are these reforms, what are the benefits of these reforms, the pros and cons, how these reforms are going to benefit the institution, how do we transforming this institution for better with these reforms. I had an interaction. Some of these things, Chair, I think, me, I'm coming from a party where we test these institutions of ours, of their strength. I was fortunate with the, with the QCTO Chair on my previous experience where we tested their strength of revoking the qualifications for the institution. And I was crossing my fingers that they will get it wrong, because I know for sure that the paperwork I have proves very much that the revoking it needs to happen. And then they did exactly what was done. And then I said, okay, this is really an institution that knows what they are doing. The GFIS institution, where we had everything wrong that you can get, corruption, faking of things. But when that's why it's important, the separation of task, where you cannot accredit and revoke and do everything on your own. Hence, it was sent there. And when it was sent with them, they really confirmed that, no, the revocation is correct, everything is according to the book. I'm confirming, Chair, as well, to say, I've been there, I've tested this QCTO functionality on how to accredit an institution that needs accreditation, how to revoke legitimately an institution that needs to be revoked. We're dealing with crooks of the highest order here, where they will demand the accreditation even if they don't deserve it, because they have monies that you can't have it. They can pay medias all over, left, right, and center, and roping everyone else into the mud. But again, I congratulate you. You did very well on that. And then you stayed on course, and until today, it's still as is. People need to do things right. These are examples, Chair, we need to speak about, to say there was this exercise and it happened and it was of big magnitude. And then QCTO came to the play on that one. The transfer of accreditation from CETAs to QCTO, with that, how QCTO are you managing this in terms of, because I'm sure that transfer needs to come with the fund. There should be some transfer as well. You cannot transfer a task alone. Where should they, how is it progressing? And are you managing this transfer very well? Is the capacitation in place, as well as the turnaround time of accreditation? There's a lot of complaint about the turnaround time for accreditation with QCTO. If you can explain to us why is it taking long, and how can we improve the performance? And as well, according to you, where do you see the transfer needs to happen? Should the people that sit on CETAs, who have been doing this work before, be transferred as well to you, together with the budget? Can explain to that how are you managing that? as well. Yeah, I think the chairperson of CUSO mentioned this as well about the backlog. If you can clarify of where it is, how are you managing it? The huge jump in accreditation provision from 4,000 to 10,000. If you can explain to us how did that jump came about? What did you do to move from 4,000 to that? Because now you've highlighted to me that it means you can go to 20,000 in the future and to 40,000. How did you manage with such no capacitation and all those stuff? That an explanation that is needed there. And the SDP accreditation process, Chair, again, back to our big brother. A simple thing that is not present here. This is an issue they need to explain to us. How are they assisting this institution about this SDP accreditation process? It's sitting with them again. They need to clarify where the ball is sitting. And then to SAQA, the issue of fake qualification that has been surfacing in the country, how can we keep these ills? And what are we doing wrong to just let things come in without us getting them right? We sometimes picked up professors in universities that's been issuing these fake qualifications, and then we find that the reason he's been complying with even dishing out this because even himself, when you go back and track from a Nigerian university, apology to mention a country, you find even there, the qualification.
Nigeria helped South Africa qualify for the World Cup. So let's be clear that there are people.
So how are we losing to catch this? Because once you lose to catch it once, a guy comes there and they start to run their own spaza shop in the country and making money and dishing out this. As well as SAQA, the unspent fund, I hear that SAQA will apply to National Treasury for the retention of this unspent fund. Why are we having this unspent fund when there's still a need for the utilization? There's a huge need even from you. So explain to us as well that where this unspent fund comes from and how can we improve that, we minimize on that, and it must not happen. It's a wrong thing to do. But explain to us how did it came about and how in the future we can cap that. It's issues, Chair, like that we always speak about year after year, experiencing entities unable to fill vacancies. As well, if you can get clarity on that. Year after year, we are failing to fill vacancies, but the unemployment rate in South Africa is high. This is a similar challenge as well. To say you've got the problem of unspent fund that you have to write to the National Treasury, requesting to keep them. What causes this, and how can we stop it from happening? The country has a huge need of utilizing these funds. And here we are, we're speaking about that SAQA is underfunded, it needs money from Treasury, but you are failing to spend funds. You see, you need to clarify to us this, because now it beats what we are saying, that we need funds, but we have funds that we are failing to spend. That's the question. I think we really appreciate the digitization strategy. Normally in this committee, we always ask entities to explain, to give us clarity of their categories of foreigners in the opposition. But we're not going to ask this because there's a project that is going very well, Chair. So if there's a project that is going very well, I think we will skip this question. But we always ask this question because why we ask this question, our constituency, we are politicians, our constituency, they always beat us on the ground to say, hey, we are unemployed and we're sitting here, but we've got our brothers at the echelon level employed. So these questions are not ours. The constituency will even withdraw their vote, right, if we don't ask these critical questions of categories of foreign employment at executive level, prioritize over the local people. But because there is this digitization, Chair, I think we need to start getting a return on investment. There's no free ideas. These ideas must come back with a value added on it. And then there is a critical one as well on page, I think it's on page 11 of the QCTO, on the annual report. The CEO reports that at the time of reporting, 34 TVET college campuses are participating in the implementation of occupational qualifications. How many of the outstanding TVET college sites are in the process of becoming accredited as assessment centers? How many of the outstanding TVET college sites are in the process of becoming accredited as skills development providers? How have these accreditation processes benefited the TVET sectors? And then out of the 34 TVET, remember we have around about 50 TVET colleges or above. Where are the others? How can we make sure that we go to 34 to at least 40 or even that 50? How can we onboard others to this program as well from the QCTO? And then, yeah, that's a treasury on CTE and then on SAQA. It is noted that the annual report states that the following policies have been reviewed. Policies on evaluation, foreign qualifications, as well as registered qualifications and part qualifications on the NQF, policy on criteria for recognizing a professional body and registered professional designation, and as well as policy on credit accumulation and transfer. Can you please provide this committee with a brief overview of each of the above, along with the key expected outcomes attached to each, to emphasize the achievements of the reviews of these policies that has taken place? So mainly those are my questions. There's other questions, Chair, that I wanted to highlight. To say, how does the CHE contribute to the transformation of higher education in South Africa? Remember, Chair, when there is a transformation entity that came here, complains about the transformation is not happening. So what's the role that the CHE can assist in the transformation of institution, quality of it, if they can get that information from the CHE? Because we know that the transformation is not happening. It will be very critical to get a view from the CHE of how do they get involved into these transformation agendas as well, to monitor them with that entity to make sure that it is happening and it's happening okay. One other question, Chair, is I'm sure our colleagues, you will group these questions. You'll just take notes as I go along. And if others aren't responded to, then they will be responded in writing. I'm trying to select the critical ones. Okay, the stakeholder engagement, the collaborating with industry of SETAs and other partners to ensure qualifications are responsive to labor market. I think that's from QCTO. How can we, whose responsibility it is to make sure that the qualifications we produce are of market needs? Because it's the same thing again where we're producing qualifications, but the market is not absorbing them. So how can we strengthen that level that what we're producing is what the market labor needs as well? I think, Chair, that's all from my side for now, and then I'll then sit back and wait for feedback.
Thank you, Sakwa.
Thank you very much, Honourable Gubani. I will attempt to, I think, respond to most of these questions that were directed at us. The fake qualification issue is a massive issue in South Africa. At the moment, there is no requirement for people to come through SAQA, and that's the problem. So the universities that you talk about, and in particular the one that you mentioned from that certain country, never came through SAQA and refused to go through SAQA for verification. There are still universities, and can I say the department itself, that doesn't use SAQA to verify. With the recent CETA lists, I engaged the department myself and said, please give us the list so that we can also support you, not just the commercial entities that you are verifying through, because we look at different things. So what happens at the moment is anyone can go to anywhere to be verified. And the commercial entities will say, did Honourable Gubani achieve this qualification? And Parliament will get a yes. Fine. When they come to SAQA, SAQA will ask 2 additional questions. Did Honourable Gubani achieve this qualification? Yes, he did. Was the institution a bogus institution or not? Yes, it was a bogus institution. Was this qualification registered? No, it wasn't. Those 2 additional questions is where the bogus fake qualifications come from. Because you would, the validation of did you receive the qualification is there, we've heard it. You can get issued a certificate, but was that certificate issued legitimately? Was that institution able to issue the certificate? These are not the questions being asked by the commercial verifications agencies. And so we have many universities, not all of them, who are going to the commercial entities and our departments, etc., who are getting the, yes, this was achieved. They're not asking, should it have been achieved? Was this an accredited institution? Through this committee's advocacy, we are seeing more public institutions and universities come to us. And in fact, we are correcting some of these decisions and having conversations with private entities to say, you can't issue these statements because you're not looking at all of it. But it is currently the prerogative of an employer to go anywhere. The legislation is being updated to say everyone must go to SAQA. But of course, if everyone comes to SAQA, we need much more resources in order to service everyone. We cannot service 62 million people at the moment unless we have the resources to do so. But that's why we are investing in technology, because we shouldn't have to be worrying about it. You should be able to go into my system, check, done. And that's why we're investing in technology, so that we can also put a guardrail around the system to say we can't just check number 1, we must check 1, 2, and 3. So I hope that answers your question, and we do appreciate the advocacy of this committee to ensure that at least the public sector, the universities, and high-level, high-ranking public officials are coming through SAQA, because this is where the mischief is happening. When it comes to unspent money, please, I will assure you that we spend our money, and we spend it responsibly. Much of the money that is unspent at the moment is from the sale of the building, and we're protecting that because that is money that we want to reinvest in the asset. And so that is money that we're investing, and we're asking National Treasury to hold it for us because we do ultimately want to buy an asset again. But for now, there will be surpluses, and we're using those investments to generate interest in order to cover our current location. But it is not because we're not achieving mandate, it's not because we're not serving, and it's not because of vacancies. We were lucky to get profit from the asset that we sold. And the CFO can help if I've missed on anything. Let me also say around the digitization strategy, we are looking to provide this committee and our department and other departments with information, particularly around critical skills visas, because we're saying we can see the information is sitting in our database, but we can see we're issuing visas for these same things. And so that question was actually the first question that took us into data mining. We've got the data here. Let's mine it. Let us give it to people to say, why are we bringing engineers into this country? I can show you here's engineers. And this is exactly the insights we would like to start to give this committee once we've really pulled through all of that data. The final question to SAQA, and I know there were other questions to the QC, to the other QCs, but around the policies that we've reviewed, in the period we reviewed 5 policies. Most of them were just alignment issues, and the objective was, number 1, to keep them current, to keep them coherent, because we've also seen that our policies need to, of course, align to what's happening in the system, and it needs to make sure that it's enabling the system. And to the points that were made earlier, there were some contradictions. So we've started to try and clear that up and align more closer. For instance, with foreign qualifications, for this one, we really made it quite explicit around the 3 issues that we talk about. It's not just did you achieve it. We also want to see that it was an institution of repute and a qualification. And we've updated that policy also in line with global best practice because, of course, as a country that is ratifying global conventions, we are learning from these global engagements. The policy on registering qualifications, the outcomes there was also just small tweaks, and that was to ensure that we aligned to some of the things that the Auditor General was picking up around timelines, etc. And in fact, let me say, all of these, maybe just the level descriptors, the biggest outcome there, all of them were relatively minor tweaks to keep them coherent, to keep them current. The level descriptor updates we've done there is really to make it a lot more user-friendly. We found that our level descriptors, when you look across the globe, are a little bit more complicated because South Africans like policy and we like to make things very complicated. So with the level descriptors, we're trying to make them less technically difficult so that people can actually use them. So really, to answer you, all the policies have been reviewed in terms of currency and a little bit of user-friendliness so that it becomes more accessible. I hope I've answered those questions.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, CEO, for attempting to answer the surplus one. Honorable Ngubane, they really, we do not have the surplus. It's just the National Treasury formula that at the end of every financial year, whatever cash you have, and you find that most of the cash that we are holding with the CPD is amounts that have been approved before by National Treasury. You know, for example, we have been setting aside money to add to buy a building, which they have been approving. So every year we have to reapply to say, yes, we still want to use that. And you also see that at the end of the financial year, we will not have paid anyone, but they don't look at the accounting side, they look at the cash that you have. So we still have to tell them, yes, we have creditors that at year end, we've got contracts that have not been performed. They are only paid after being completed, and we pay later after year end. So that money, we still have to apply for it. So they do have that formula, and certainly that's one thing that we can't come here to say we are underfunded and we are accumulating surpluses. But in the same vein, if you look at our budget, as I said, that it's 62% funded. In a way, we need to have, as an organization, at some point, a buffer, because we saw what happened when this revenue that is not guaranteed dried up. We had retrenchments. So as an organization, the way we are funded is, right now, the budget that we put, we look to say, okay, what's the trend for foreign evaluations and for verification? If that doesn't happen, then the organization can't meet its money. So at some point, we also need some reserve funds, you know, to cover for those, because it's not with certainty. But certainly, we do not have, you know, an unspent surplus. Thank you very much.
So, next week Tuesday, we're supposed to have a meeting with Labour and Home Affairs. We've postponed that meeting because of these problems at the Fort Hare, but also the unavailability of Home Affairs. Home Affairs developed these critical skills, scarce skills. Labour is supposed to be the custodian of immigration laws, and we were going to have a meeting with them on Tuesday with the 3 departments so that we're aligning. Sometimes if you live unverified reports on the streets without verifying them. They become verified by the streets. So there were rumors around April, May, that Fort Hare has got so many foreign nationals working there, UP, vets. So we then asked the department to verify that information, and it came out that some of them, the ones that were on the streets, they were not true. But the danger with leaving it like that is that you are then creating a problem for our brothers and sisters from the diaspora who are working in the system. They are going to be seen as a problem because you are not addressing rumors that are out there. And yes, there would have been one or two, a few, including this one of Honorable Ngubane. I know he's talking about that one from Fort Hare, who are wrong. But it does not mean everybody else then is wrong. In fact, when this thing started, I made an example about one professor from University of Free State. His name is Professor Atananga, who teaches mathematics at PhD, master's and PhD level. I think in May or June, he received an award as, or he was an overall winner for production of PhD student in mathematics global. He's here with us, is from Cameroon original. And imagine if you are now going to create this blanket approach and say everybody else who's not from South Africa is taking our brothers and sisters' jobs, and that is a very serious skills. Who, by the way, the number of publications that they produce there on these things, it's very serious. So, so what we wanted to do then on Tuesday next week was to deal with what we are talking about, and I hope the department has this information because the department was going to be present in that meeting. This data that we have mined on critical skills, because we don't want, you see, the department sometimes shame, they hurt me. Or if there's one legal entity, if there were a legal entity, there would be one legal entity heading me the most, the department, because we are sitting on things that we should be making us shy as a department. Wow, just sleeping on it. Or this is just a simple thing. So I'm hoping that they do have that information, because we had written to them for them to present in that meeting on Tuesday. So if they don't have it now, or you can imagine they are going to present us something that they should be presenting, or they were going to present us something that they probably don't know, because they would not have gotten this information from SAQA. So I know, maybe let me start with CHE, because they got very few. Whether it was a comment or not from Honorable Ngubane, but very few, I think maybe 2-3 minutes. Others, we must now manage time because it's almost 2, so that others will then respond in writing. Chair?
Thank you. I think it was a question on how does CHE assist in transformation in the country. So the work that we do does have policy influence that we give to the minister and also to our stakeholders, to say this is in terms of the research, these are the things that we can do to inform transformation in the institutions. But also from the work that we do, we try and come up with practices and standards that would also help with the transformation in the sphere, and also in the audits, there is something that they will be asked to say, how have you transformed in your institution? So we would look into that. But what we could also do, Chair, is to give you a written response and show you exactly how we've done in terms, and each policy or research that we've done, and say this is how it has informed transformation in the last 30 years, because I think we've also looked into that as well, if that's fine.
QCTO, maybe you had a lot of questions. Maybe in about 4 or 5 minutes, and then the rest will be in writing.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much first to Honourable Ngubane for that those comments. I mean, with all due respect, Chair, to the House, flying all the way from Italy to be here and hear that comment makes my day. So thank you for that. Chair, I'll be very direct with the other issues around certification delays. Ultimately, QCTO is responsible because all of these qualifications, whether they're the old or the new, lie on our framework. If you look at the ones that we've been doing, the occupational qualifications, the new one, there is no backlog. Our turnaround time is within 5 days, although the policy states 21 days. The challenge is where it is located with the SETAs, and where the challenge becomes bigger, where SETAs have delegated that to providers. But because we are still the overarching body where these are located, once we get that comes to our attention, we focus in on there and we help them to resolve that. Even if it means, as we did with the construction seat at one stage, bringing all of their staff, 4 of them, with all the documentation into the QCTO offices, helping them to sort it out and get as many learners certificated. We also have a challenge, as I indicated, on the trade certificate, that it must take 3 months from the time the learner takes the trade test to the time of certification. Now, there again, QCTO meets its time frame, but there are delays, and it's a system problem that we've got to resolve, and we're working to resolve it. The time that it takes from the CETA to NAMB and then to QCTO. So that's work in progress. It is a challenge, admittedly, but we are working on that. In terms of transferring of the accreditation function from the CETAs to QCTO, we opened up a portal. We got a portal on QCTO where people apply. So if you look at the detail of our annual report, about 2,600 applied directly to QCTO for qualifications. About 291 applied for the skills programs, but we still have the old scenario playing out where providers are still going to the SETAs. So that was about another 5,697. But the agreement is that from the SETAs it comes to us. The part that we partner with with SETAs is where we have to go and do the on-site verification to check that the provider has the wherewithal. So, I'm not a motor mechanic, so how can I accredit? So we need SMEs, and then we work with MERSETA or whichever the relevant SETA is. So that's how we are finally, or trying to pull back on that accreditation issue. The issue of the jump in accreditation, as I said in my presentation, to 27,000, but of that 11,000 had to be processed, which means some of them were just trying. They just logged 2 documents, and when the report comes back and say we need another 5, 6, 7, if you don't have a tax certificate, you're not going to come back, or whatever the criteria might be. But certainly we think that the skills programs that we introduced is causing this major jump. While it may be a good thing, we also need to be guarded that we're not overemphasizing the skills programs against full qualifications, because then we're just training people for, at the moment we need it because of our high unemployment as well as the youth not in employment education training. But in the longer run, the more underpinning disciplinary knowledge somebody has, they could be working in multiple jobs rather than being trained job specific. If a market collapses, they would be jobless. Chair, in terms of the one on the TVET colleges, I beg that we submit that, because the spreadsheet, it's just all the names of the colleges and who's on and who's not out, but at least 50% are almost there. But we will send that on. And then the last question, Chair, was whose responsibility of identifying the qualifications? It's the people closest to the industry. And in our system currently now, the SETAs are the people closest to the industry. So there are SETAs that have chambers, where the chambers would come in and they would feed that information to the SETAs and to us. But the instruments we have in the country, like the occupations in high demand, the LMIS, some of the things that my fellow colleague Nadia Star spoke about, are not entirely reliable in terms of skills anticipation and skills forecasting. But we are working closely with the DTI. Fortunately, we've got the state representative is from the DTI on our board, our council, and we will be working with the chief director there because the sector roadmaps have all been developed. So we need to look at those sector roadmaps, the different sectors, and see what qualifications we need to develop in that. So while we'll depend on the SETAs and their interaction with industry, I think a lot of effort has been put in by the country in terms of the roadmaps for each sector, economic drivers, and we will be looking at that as the sharp edge of the wedge for our qualification development. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you. I have made on questions. I'm going to send them in writing to different entities. And then there's people next door. They are also asking us to finish. So CHE, you accredit an institution for, let's say, I don't know, they advertise something to say on the prospectus books of students, they say, I'm interested in students applying to study at this public university, animal science, for an example. Yeah, animal science. Then students register, then 2 years, it's a 4-year degree. Then now it's third year now. The university then communicates to the students and say, we are no longer accredited for animal science. We are now accredited for animal production. How does that happen? If you can just answer that.
Thank you very much, Chair. The institutions have to receive the qualification for which they were registered. That qualification has to be in line with what was accredited to the institution. So an institution cannot midway change the qualification, because when it is accredited, it is accredited across the different years of study to see exactly the learning, the knowledge, the curriculum, and how that's going to be built in over the years. So if an institution were to do that, they will be in violation of the accreditation that was given to them by the CHE. In an instance where an institution has deviated from that and we are able to pick it up, there are measures in place where we then engage with the institution to say, correct and revert to where you were supposed to without compromising the students. The HQC can actually impose a notice of withdrawal of accreditation to an institution if the qualification no longer meets the requirements of accreditation as it was received initially. In an event where there's been a notice of withdrawal and the institution fails to address the recommendations or the concerns of the HQC, and ultimately a decision is made to withdraw the accreditation, what usually happens is that the teach-out plan should be in place. So there would be an engagement with the institution to say you can't get rid of the institutions that you already have in the pipeline, have a way in which you process them out without having a new intake of students. It would be dangerous for the institution's own reputation to do that. Because when students register, they really do register against a qualification. Should an institution want to change a qualification, then they should submit a new application for a new qualification to then be accredited. Because when we accredit, then we make a recommendation to SAQA to register the qualification. So it's a whole chain of activities that must be complied with. So they will not only be in violation of our own processes, they would also be in violation with what is registered for them as an institution in the SAQA database. It would happen, but it would really be a problem for the institution. And all measures would be taken to protect the students as best as possible, so that at least they're able to complete their studies. It includes, at some, if it gets to that point, engaging with the department to find spaces for those students in different institutions, so that actually they can complete their studies. Thank you, Chair.
No, thanks. So, in essence, the long and short is that it's not allowed. It will be illegal to do such a thing. So, I was just trying to search. I know I've received a letter of that indicates that is the case at one of our institutions. So that has happened. It's not a rumor. I've seen the letter has I think the faculty head wrote to us to say, look, we have raised this thing with the senior management. And we believe it's going to affect students negatively. So it's not a rumor, it's happening. So what you guys do, what do you call these things of yours? Institutional audits. How does such a thing affect the overall, or it's just a single course, it will not affect the institutional audit? Because if you are saying to me institutional audit checks only teaching and learning, if but you do have something like this one on the accreditation part of it, and it does not affect the institutional audit, then it means the inputs of what this institutional audit is about is then insufficient to safeguard the interest even of students, even if it's one faculty. Yeah, maybe try and help me on this one.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for raising this with us. If I may ask for your permission, Chair, to request that we get that case so that we can investigate, because it's very, very serious for us to simply ignore. So we have different instruments in place. The institutional audit looks at the institution as a unit of analysis. Within that unit, you would then look at what constitutes the bigger units, your faculties, your departments, your different components. And so we have to look at teaching alignment, not just as a policy of the institution, but how it actually takes place on the ground, in the classroom. You engage with all stakeholders within the institution. So if there is such an issue, it could be raised. But granted that it may not be raised in an institutional audit process. If we were to find such a case outside of an institutional audit process, we'll then use our accreditation processes to say we've picked this up. The conditions for accreditation for these qualifications were these ones. It seems we have credible information that, in fact, the institution might no longer be complying with the original conditions of accreditation. We can then write to the institution to say, please, can you provide evidence that, in fact, this information we received is not true. In a case that it is true, what is the institution doing? We have a right to then do a site visit to the institution to actually look at what the institution is offering against what they were accredited for. Should we find through that institution, through that exercise, that in fact the institution is no longer compliant, we can then take it through the process that I described earlier, where we put them under notice of withdrawal for that particular qualification. We also have new instruments through the QAF where we can actually target an issue now. In the past, it was not possible for us to do it, but we can actually now pick an issue and say, this is an issue, we're doing this, we're developing specific terms of reference for this particular exercise, and then we go into that. Lastly, Chair, if the institution, say a university, were to have a faculty in which this took place, it would be dangerous for us to assume that it is only happening in that space, in that institution alone. We would have to then ask ourselves, well, could it be happening elsewhere? And this is the only thing we now know. So an engagement with the whole institution would then be necessary to find out exactly what the process is for program design qualification approvals before they're submitted to the CHE for accreditation. If it fails at a program design level, because programs before they're submitted to the CHE must go through Senate. If it fails along the way, then it's a systematic issue that needs to be addressed. It's not just a faculty issue that needs to be addressed. So there are ways in which you can actually address it, and fairly effectively as well. Thank you.
Yeah. So what happens if you do an investigation and find out that, in fact, from the beginning, they were accredited for animal production, but they advertised animal science. What then happens in an instance like that? So the program you accredited is still intact. The issue is only on the integrity or the ethics of the leadership of an institution that advertised something that they were not accredited for. What the recourse or what can SAQA do? CHE do to hold them accountable?
Thanks, Chair. We've actually experienced such things. We write to them immediately, and in many cases we also notify SAQA that we've realized the institution was accredited for this qualification, but they offer a qualification that we don't know about. We ask them to actually cease and desist from offering that qualification, where it is also possible to notify the department that this is happening, so that a much more coordinated engagement could happen to engage with the institution. We also then ensure that part of the coordinated efforts that we've been having with SAQA is for students to understand what sort of grievances and what sort of procedures they can have if they have these issues to raise, what steps they could take to complain and raise these issues, and find ways in which we can protect them through that. But what is essential for us is that if it is not registered at SAQA and we did not accredit it, it cannot be offered. And if it is advertised, the institution should cease to advertise it. If the institution persists by other means, we have a right to then say we will look at withdrawing what was accredited, report it to DHET. Unfortunately, as the CHE, we cannot withdraw accreditation of the institution. The only way you can make an institution to cease to function is to withdraw accreditation of its qualifications. But we can't take that blanket approach. We'd have to take it with that particular department, with the faculty or qualification. We then have to refer to the department, but if it's a public institution. If it's a private institution, we still have to refer to the department for registration purposes, because then they are not compliant with the conditions of their registration. And the department is very, very quick in engaging with those institutions around those matters, at least through our experience. Of course, there would be some failures here and there in a large system such as this, but we do have instruments in place for that. It's not to say it doesn't happen. We've picked it up a few times, that institutions sometimes would go ahead and advertise a qualification that they've applied for, but for which they've not yet received accreditation. That is also not allowed. Until it is registered at SAQA, only then can they advertise.
Yeah, so department, you see, Council for Higher Education is simply put, they are supposed to be the public protector of higher education. But you see, if you listen to Dr. Nene, we have not given them enough teeth to bite. So the legislation is not making these institutions, to be careful on what they can do and what cannot. So, is at pains trying to explain, yeah, we picked it up, but, so these things of higher, what is called this act, Higher Education Act, we must take it serious. And for me, when you say you are speaking to the sector, you should be able to say, okay, CHE, with what we knew at that time, we had this thing and it was good. This act was good, it was sufficient at the time. Now that we've had experiences, where can we make this thing right? Because I can tell you now, the animal science vis-a-vis animal production is happening at University of Fort Hare. It's not, the faculty, the people in that faculty, with the faculty signature there, wrote to us. And they told us, look, we can't continue. We've got Nembeza. I don't know what to call it in English. Conscious, yeah. You know, we are teaching these kids what we did not advertise. And what they are going to graduate next year, because they're doing third year, next year or the year after, is not what we have accepted them for, which is very serious. Now, I'm listening to you, but okay, our issue with the department will take it to them, because the department that Mabu said, we've got different branches for a reason. Yes, they are understaffed, Steve, because in the department you don't hire people. They are understaffed. They are overworked. You know, sometimes I sometimes want to ask them questions, but I feel sorry for them, because you'll realize that in a unit, I mean, we've got 26 universities. In my view, the department, the university branch should have the DDG, you have chief directors may be responsible for, what do you call this thing of zones? But maybe zone them, provinces, say the east, west, what, you know. And then even inside a zone, you'll then have provinces. You'll have maybe Free State, Gauteng, Northwest, whatever. That will be one region. And then you'll have people who are responsible. So that when we ask, department, why are you not doing X, Y, and Z? We'll be able to. But now I look at these people who are working there. You'll find the branch has got only 5 people. I mean, we're playing. That's why these institutions are able to do as they please. I mean, unnecessary. Sakwa, you are saying on your presentation that your legal what went up. Was it? I know that there's one university I wrote to you about, University of Limpopo. That simply, I've got no other way of saying it. The people who are responsible there in that Senate don't understand the National Qualification Framework. Simple. I've got no other way. I've told them they can sue me if they want. But they don't understand the National Qualifications Framework. If they did, they will not be losing money every week by losing cases. They've lost one now, again, I think about 10 days ago. Again, it is very clear, every court case they attend, refusing to confer degrees to these kids, they're going to lose. We tell them all the time. But because the department has got, I don't know, I don't even want to say we've got the relationship, but department has got a different way of looking at that. This year alone, I can bet those people are close to 20, 30, this year in 2025. They would have used 20, 30 million on legal fees. I can guarantee. If in 2013 they spent 14, in 2024, 2023, I said 2014, or 2023, they spent 14 million. 14. 2024 we'll just find out now from this recently concluded audits. But I can tell you, and the reason why, by the way, they are refusing to answer us today. We said go and break it down. Who is representing you in these cases? Because we put it to them, we did not hide it. We said there's rumors that you guys are using 2 or 3 of these legal firms. 2 or 3 of these legal firms, and you are losing left, right, and center. Why would you continue with somebody who's costing you? Do you think Kaiser Chiefs is going to put that goalkeeper, that one that gifted us 3 goals? They are not. Why? Because it means they want to lose. Once you see them playing him, you must bet for the other team if you are betting. These ones don't see it, of University of Limpopo. So you are saying on your Did you join any of the student cases? Is it one of the? If you can just take us through for just 1 minute or two.
That's our question.
Yeah, that's Sakwa.
I think they need to have explain about
No, press more.
the legal matters. I don't know, they go on the contingent liability up to 50 million rand, if they can explain on that one, especially on legal matters,
Yeah.
to add on that.
Thank you, Chair. I was hoping the interruption would stop the, the difficult questions. I'm trying to message him to restart. Chair, the university you talk about is one that disappoints us constantly. There's another university that's dragging us into court unnecessarily. We have engaged the DET and the university themselves to say we are not standing by you because you are wrong and you are wasting our money. And the university is saying we're carrying on because they've got the money to play. We don't. We don't have the money all the time. But the litigation is against the student and the university, and we're just joined. So we have to show up in court. We have to defend ourselves. In these instances, as I said, we've actually engaged with the universities to say, but you are wrong. And we are telling you, with the one university, we took the QC with us to say you are wrong. It is their decision to stand fast. It is their policies that they are implementing, and it is their autonomy through the Higher Education Act that they are protecting. So we are pulled into these things, like you say, because there isn't a coordination in the background. We are absolutely powerless. All we can do is defend ourselves, unfortunately, in those spaces. But we are trying to engage with the universities, and we're also being told, this is our space and we're going to defend ourselves. This is the unfortunate reality. With the contingent liability, the major amount was really, was it?
Yeah, it was the School of Diplomacy.
There was a, my colleagues are laughing because it was one of their cases that we got pulled into, always. If you look at all of our cases, we are joined to these cases. It was an accreditation issue that came from a CETA, and in fact, I think they were claiming...
Is that the PC tower?
Yes. They were claiming ridiculous things, but because it was in court, we had to defend ourselves and we had to raise the contingent liability. I am very pleased to say that in this financial year they've withdrawn it because there was no case, actually. But of course, we've already both spent money and we've had to put it into our financials because there was an ongoing court case. So these are incredibly frivolous litigations that we have to defend ourselves against. As SACWA and the QCs, we don't have the time or the money to defend ourselves. And so, again, for us, it is about creating the space where the legislation actually protects and enables us, and creating information and awareness so that people understand that in fact, what is happening with this litigation is it's a travesty. We're spending money and energy where we don't have it.
Yeah, you see, Steve, again, the department. Okay, hold on. Before I go to the department, CHE, you then have, unlike the CEO of SACWA, I don't have time to say this university and that. Now I name them. I don't have time to protect people who are not helping the image of the sector. So, you know about these cases of University of Limpopo. When you do this institutional audits, so these things are isolated. You don't include them. You don't raise them in your report that yes, there's teaching and learning here, and we have not picked up anything on teaching and learning. But we have this problem that is damaging the reputation of the institution, because the only qualifications authority, the only authority in South Africa that has the power to tell you this qualification or this articulation is wrong or right would have been SACWA. They are telling you as an institution, you are still refusing. So you as CHA, you could not raise that thing and say, on our report, yes, there's teaching and learning, but we've got this problem of Senate that doesn't confer people that deserve. You don't raise that issue. why would you not do so?
Difficult question, Chair, and now I wish we had stopped. But let me put it this way, Chair, because even the HEQC asked us this question, but why do we not pick up individual cases that we hear of in the media? We had made a principled decision to say at the time that we started the institutional audit process, we would focus on the standards that the institutions were meant to respond to and limit it to those standards. If, however, the issue was raised from within the institution during the site visits, then all gates are open for us to pursue it. If it is not raised through that discussion, we do not raise it simply from the media. One of the reasons why we took this, and this is not to say that this was the correct decision, it may have been correct at the time when we were considering the standards, was that there were a lot of institutions that found themselves in disfavor of some media institutions. For example, if I were to take one institution in the Eastern Cape, unfortunately I do not have the liberty, Chair, to name them, where there is this one media house that simply targeted the institution, for lack of a better word. They would pick up an issue, no matter how small the issue is, and sensationalize it. And we were very careful not to drag the institutional audit process into that space. This is to the extent that when we were conducting the institutional audit, as we were on site, and I was there myself, we had these media queries coming in from the same media house, where we had to say, no, we have no comment. We are not going to give you questions about the institutions or questions that we pose to the institution. If the institution wishes to share with you what we were discussing with them, it is really truly up to the institution. But ours is to protect the integrity of the process. That includes shielding the panel that goes to the institution from bias that could be derived from external processes. It's not to say they won't know, but it is to say take that into account, but use the standards and see if you're able to pick up systematic issues within the institution without relying on the media issues. Is that a short sight, perhaps, of the process? Maybe. But what we wanted to do is to ensure that when the panel engages, and these are panel of experts, peer academics, drawn from the sector, engaging with the sector on behalf of the CHE, using standards that are publicly developed, that they do not bring their own individual biases into a process, because then it poses a danger to the institution that it could be judged unfairly because it is in the media. We actually saw it later on. We were dealing with one of the reports that was leaked or published. It wasn't leaked, actually. The institution itself published the reports. We had to challenge the institution and say, no, but that's not an accurate depiction of the report. You're only highlighting some aspects of the report, the positive aspects. We are not indicating that there were negative aspects of the report. But because the institution had publicly done so, we then had the right to also publicly respond to that. So as you say, in Chair, we buy favor with the sector without compromising our responsibility in terms of the law, but we're also limited by law on what we can do in engaging with institutions. But we do not want to bring those external biases into this space. But we certainly would be willing to look at that if it becomes a compromised process as a result of our inability to consider those individual cases and what they might mean for the whole institution. Thank you.
Yeah. No, thanks. Because for me, look, I understand the media problems, but we should be able to have, I mean, as a public protector of the sector, I mean, public protector gets information from people everywhere. You know, so the CHE should be able to, even students should be able to know that if we've got a problem, like I've just said now, there's a where I can write to CHE and say, CHE, please investigate this thing about this institution of mine, or a parent of that child, or the portfolio committee members, because they come from constituencies. So we should be able to create that platform. Is it external? Yes, but it's not. We should create space for us to have such thing, because if we say we close everything else, we want to concentrate on those who are in a meeting or at that institution. When they go to these meetings, these institutions, they tell you can come, you can come, you don't sit here, you don't sit here. I mean, we went to DUT on oversight last week, and there's a lady who wrote to me and said, look, I was acting here, but because I went on maternity, I'm told I can no longer act. I think that is, what do you call it? They are discriminating against me, you know, on the basis that I fell pregnant, you know, and I felt that can't be right, you know. But she was not in a meeting. She could not raise these things, but she then at least wrote to us, which we raised to the leadership of the institution. So we should be able to allow, because if you don't allow such spaces, you are not going to get these issues. I mean, I'm told the second one, which I'm telling you now to note, to also investigate, is that I wanted to ask questions on it, but I'll just leave it because of time, is that the nursing thing that they are doing there, they are teaching at University of Free State. There are rumors that it has expired. I don't know how does it expire, but so somebody whispered to them there that you guys who are doing this thing, it will not be registered, or it will not be accredited. It's registered, not accredited, something to that effect. So they are teaching something that would be registered and not accredited. QCTO, my questions again, I'll write to you. Just one or two issues that they would have written to us is that I think Honorable Ngubane was asking something to that effect, but stopped. I think maybe because you're smiling at him, he decided not to continue. But people who write to us would have said on the time it takes to accredit some of these things, some of the, not accredit, is it accredit SDPs. They believe that there's some racial bias that you guys are applying there. They believe that there are some who are prioritized over others. So if you can just write to us on those things. Others I will just raise. I think SAQA will have asked the issue of that University of Limpopo that loses money every week. A department, I know you've just started acting this week, or was it last week? But unfortunately, you are standing in for the DG, so we must bring these things to yourself so that you take them to the department. Here's our problem. An entity that, was it, but I think we gave them about just over $1 billion on, what do you call this thing, on grants last year. 2, University of Limpopo, on grants combined, including the funds that we've given them to build student accommodation. So, I think the AG said just over 1.5. 1.5 billion. This is an institution that have given just over 1.5 billion. Steve, us as the department, says SAQA, who is also an entity of your department, with serious authority to tell you if you are getting it wrong on the national qualifications framework. You know, I missed Mamlolwana. I'm sure, may her soul rest in peace. I'm sure she would have responded to University of Limpopo because of a passion towards the national qualification framework. Because those people are abusing it. They are abusing this national qualification framework. I'm not saying acting chair. I'm not saying you guys were not doing right, but I'm saying I needed her. I know she would have responded to them. Or a national qualification framework was created not to exclude people. These people of Limpopo, it's either they are doing it intentionally or they just don't understand it. But if you are doing it intentionally, it means you are excluding these people. Imagine saying, my brother, just because you went to a University of Technology, we are not going to accept you to do masters. Where have you heard that thing? Eh? Yes, they had NQF level 6, which is a diploma. They then did a BTEC, which is NQF level 7. Now it's called advanced diploma. From there, they did NQF level 8, which is honors. Now it's called honors and postgraduate diploma. From there, you go to masters. Whether you went through a traditional university or a University of Technology, it's an articulation, national qualification framework articulation. Not those ones. Those ones were caught, were defending. They go to court, they lose. After losing, they go on TV. You know, the spokesperson there kills me. I like his energy, but he's got very nice energy, but he goes on TV. No. The court did not say we must give them the qualification. I mean, the court can't say go give them. They'll say redetermine. Your conclusion is wrong. That is why I'm telling you, I'm setting it aside. According to him, that's the judge saying he has won. He further says, outside of setting it aside, I'm slapping you with cost, scale C. He says, no, the judge did not say, the judge does not confer degrees. It's Senate. So the judge knows the law, says, go tell your Senate to reconvene and redetermine this thing. Because what you have said here, I'm setting it aside, it's null and void. Doesn't make sense, no. That one drives from Mankweng and Limpopo, drives to all media houses in Gauteng. Then he gets there, when he gets on TV, he says, let me characterize Honorable Litsi. He answers me, I'm not NQF level, I'm not framework, you know. He's failing to characterize the framework. He wants to characterize me. So the department, Council for Education, okay, you took CHE to Limpopo. After, in the midst of all of these things, you get there, the department, DG, and then you post there on social media a video, an unfortunate video. The institution is stable. It's like spit in the face of these kids who are struggling to fundraise to go to court. The institution is stable. And why using Council for Education is credible? People who say this institution is not credible, they must bring proof. Imagine, DG. He doesn't explain that this was, what do you call this report of yours? The one that we are talking about there. Well, teaching, that one of teaching and learning. You are looking at one aspect, teaching and learning. We, as the committee, ourselves, by the way, we had written to the department and the minister, telling him the problems there, including the fact that they are refusing to. In fact, the committee had resolved that the minister must evoke Section 44 of the Higher Education Act. And not only that, write to the SIU to investigate a lot of things that were getting there. Higher education, the fitness, we told them, okay, the council chair there, even today I can tell you, if somebody can take them to court, by the way, on every decision they've ever taken, ever since his appointment in 2024 March, ever since he was re-elected for the third time against their own statute, they are going to win. To say every decision you have taken is irregular. It's null and void. What do you do? You are being chaired by somebody you know very well. And is not supposed to be here. The Vice Chancellor must congratulate him. I'm told that he's leaving. I must congratulate him that he's finally leaving. Huh? Wanted, you know, 23 years. Phew, 22 years. Yeah? From 2003. Amanda, you are not yet at varsity. He was a vice chancellor. Huh? Yeah. So, I'm told the new vice chancellor is starting on the 1st of January. I think before we close, we are going to write to him to thank him for the service he has given to the sector, and thank him for finally realizing that the new working, a good dancer knows when to leave. Well, this one is late, but at least we're not dragging him out of it. But the department is quiet. The department, you see this department, they hate me. I don't want to lie. So your entity called SACO, they must go and defend because they are, what are you there? You must be respondents. Yeah, forced by the law. They don't have this money, these people. They don't have. The department is quiet. Well, you should be telling, no, you taking this wrong decision, you are affecting one of our entities. And why should we give you guys this? Because these public funds that we give to these universities, it's them who make them feel like they're in charge. You must see how they treat students. Or you must see how even other employees who differ with them, they think this money is, in fact, there is one former DVC, someone not in Limpopo this time, at one institution who wrote to me about 2 months ago, who said, we were chased out like dogs for raising issues that later became the truth. Are that how they hired that judges? We raised that matter and were fired. Now that judges today is in jail, having been accused of killing people on campus at University of Fort Hare. Is amongst the 19 or 18 who are arrested there. Because people feel they are in charge. They can hire a senior counsel tomorrow and lose in court and go appeal. And there's no recourse. The department is just quiet. Because you should be saying, not with our money. If you go to this court, so if you go to court and lose, then we must accept that you'll pay from your own. If you win, no problem, we'll cover the cost. But if you lose, it comes from your own. You will see there will be sense, people's sense will come back. But today, but it's everybody, they do as they please. And all of these things that Mabusela is because the department allows it. The department allows these things. SACO tells you now, their legal fees skyrocketed. I can tell you, you have not seen anything. You are still going to see more cases. Now, there. It's as, when people write to us, well, sometimes it may be propaganda, which is possible. That, by the way, they are encouraging these cases because the university pays these legal firms. And these legal firms, they give them money. So it is what is siphoning money through this legal firm. I said that they wrote to me 2 love letters threatening to sue me. 2, not or 2. But yeah, what? The reputation of the... How do I break the reputation when you are doing so well alone? Because you allow students to apply. For 2 years, your system, when a student apply, they apply to you. You accept them. So your own, then they lied to us last year. They said, we asked them, okay, what was consequence management on these 2 cases? These kids, these young kids, were accepted by somebody in the university. What was consequence management on those kids? No, there's been consequence. People were fired. There no problem. Give us a report, even today. Because they must give it now in writing. They ran away. There's no report. People were never fired. So all the best with Project Phoenix. I think Lengwane, if you see this, you guys must go present to the minister, because I don't have confidence in the department. In fact, these people, the committee, they said the department is under administration, and I agree. It's bad. So please present this thing to the minister. Explain the benefits of it. The minister, when he must apply to present it in cabinet, so that all departments at least must understand what we want to do here. When we say to you guys, we'll be able to give this digital certificates, what are we talking about? So that this thing is, it's not something that we do in a corner of higher education, or it must be, before you arrived, and I'm glad you mentioned it, I even complained about the current process where the board members of CITAS are not evaluated through you. I mean, it doesn't make sense. It's the same department. Kuri, I've got a spaza shop. I'm your family member. You go and buy the lollipop that I have. Actually, mine is better because you are not paying for taxi to town. You decide to go to town and buy the same lollipop. Ki your getter. Your getter this side, your getter. They come from the same factory. You decide you leave mine here. You go to, it doesn't make sense. And this one of private, like she said, does not have the 2 other questions. That is why we have this problem of fake qualifications. The qualification might not be fake. The institution might not be registered. So you do have, when they see, I don't know, David, Trinity, what is that Trinity College of yours? David has got a PhD. She does, but or he does. But this PhD comes from an unregistered college. And that's what would have happened. I'm making a practical example. You know, anybody else will not have found it. SAQUAC is the one who will say, no, Mo, there's a problem. Was this PhD of David in early research? No. You see, Maruna Leon, he has it. So we can't have that. And we can't say these things all the time to the department. CFO, we can't. There must be a memo from the DG's office that will say all entities of the department for verifications, what, Ariango. I agree you release memos every day for other things. Yeah, directives. Yeah. Our department don't do it. Maybe we must have a conversation with the minister. Or let's release a directive here. Let's say we only do things this way. Because, you know, these people are doing good. They are doing good. You see, CEO, QCTO, you said, yeah, and spoke about this particular case of this child who claimed that they worked for one of the big firms. And I said, you see, if you look at that project, Phoenix, at the top there, when we are going to change the name, you'll see it will prevent this thing. Because, and I can guarantee you, if SACO can do it well, now and say, maybe let's get all these companies to give us their current CVs of their current employees. It will help them, actually, these companies. Because somebody in this municipality, for an example, might have lost this child who may have been appointed as a, what do you call it, as an artisan, what is that trade? Plumbing. To go work for this company. And then they would have created a mess for that particular, the reputation of that company would be a mess now. Because people's kitchens, after putting proper cupboards and tiles, the problem will be at the back. It's leaking. Then after 8 months, the water is able to come inside. We can see when you touch the wall, it's wet. It's because of that. So, but this we can prevent this thing from happening through this, and that is why the department, that is why the minister must support SACO. Because I'm tired of speaking to the department. The minister must help, support them. They're making a very progressive proposal, even though it's expensive. But it says all South Africans should be able to access this verification of their certificates for free. That's a bit ambitious, because I saw they even say first year, 16 million, 19, we won't win there. But if we say there, let's find money somewhere and say all unemployed people who are seeking employment must be able to get their verification for free through this in real time. I mean, they'll get it in a matter of days, if not hours. So we then make it sure that it caters for, because it's very expensive for an unemployed person to go verify their qualifications. It's extremely, extremely expensive. So when we say, obviously we will work with SARS, we must find us a way, CFO, to work with SARS to identify with an ID number, this person has got an ERP5, what do you call it, that form, and then it will say unemployed, employed. Then if it's unemployed, it unlocks. Then they can have full access, whatever the case may be. These are things that we can do. But if we have CFO support, we have support, we put there and say this is, this year we're able to mobilize 30 million for them to, instead of putting, instead of them putting these things, finalizing it in October 2026 because of financial constraint, can be done in May 2026. Then let's take it between May and December for a test. And when we fully launch in January 2027, it can be accessed, it can, hold traffic, it can take as much as possible, it will be safe, the people's, the security, cyber security there is proper, but let's do that. But I'm afraid to say department because I'm tired. Only my voice is going to. So please, Tabs, let's give it to the minister, because these members are also going to be angry at me that I'm referring things to the department and they put it under administration. So I'd like to thank you, colleagues, for coming. I really appreciate. If the department was a listening department, that the clean audits that we see today, should be more of them in the sector. Hopefully, they will somehow, I don't know how, but Reverend, if ungabathandazela abantu department, because I think mina sebadinga imthandazo siyabafastela akusebenzi, so sesifuna imthandazo abantu abanama connection about so we want to thank you Sakwa for coming. I know you had invited me to your dinner. I could not even extend to members because we're in KZN. I hope it went well. QCTO, we've heard that you are threatening to invite us. We will see. Even CHE, they threatened to invite us. We'll see.
No, we didn't threaten. We invited you to the conference and we also invited for oversight.
Okay. Yeah, I did have was it CHE? No, it's somebody else. You have not invited us. You are threatening to invite us next year. In February, we will see. That week of the 4th to the 6th is normally the week where Parliament opens, the week of State of the Nation. If it's not that week, it might be the following week, so that might be the challenge. But other than that, we'd really like to come. I mean, the program looks good. The CEO had asked that the CEO must come back from, he's in Italy, in Mauritius. Oh, it was you who was supposed to be in Italy. I know that's good. I'm happy that we came back because I agree you left last week. Also, CEO, you can't want to be abroad all the time. You know, this meeting only happens once a year. So we felt it's important that you go early if you are presenting, present. Come back around the 15th, you are here on the 16th. Look how fresh you are on the 17th. You see, so we're happy that you came. We could not postpone, unfortunately, because this period is legislated in Parliament. We must finish it. That is why we can't do BRRR with all entities. By end of this month, we must submit a report. And we wanted to have you because we did not have you with the APPs. If you remember, we asked you because of time. We said, please rather write your challenge to us. So it was not out of disrespect as CEO. It was because we wanted yourselves to be a department. Thank you very much for coming. Hopefully, you have a report that you'll give to the DG. And maybe from now on, members, every time we must give them time to respond to issues, how they are resolving those issues that are raised by entities, because I think the department is not held accountable enough. I think we must, every time we must say, this one we're going to follow, the issue of legislation. That must make sure that it empowers all entities to be effective and efficient. This one, don't worry, we're going to. By the way, that those proposals will still come to us, and then we'll write to you and say, give us your thinking around this part. And you know, we said to the department, go and say. Section 10, for an example, of the Skills Development Act. It speaks about what? Tate Mabuse. Section 10 speaks about appointment of boards. Not, huh? Yeah. Yeah, speaks of the appointment of, let me go to section 11, for an example, appointment of board chairpersons, right? It says, advert, whatever the case, and this is what you do. So when we write to you and say, this is what we said the department must do, go and say section 11, this is what it says. Then you make a problem statement. These are the limitations of this thing. And this is what we are proposing should be added or subtracted. So when we write to you and say on higher education, on whatever, this is Council for Higher Education, this is what this thing speaks about. What do you think our limitations are going to, according to you? Then you'll bring them to us in writing. We will discuss as members, will convince each other, will lobby each other. Then we'll take the product for public comments. We'll go institution by institution if it's higher, but we'll go to the ground. Then we'll come back. The plan was that before the end of financial year 26-27, we wanted to have concluded all of them. So from 1 April next year, wanted to do before 31 March, wanted everything else to have even been passed by Parliament, NCOP, and been signed by the President. So we don't really have a lot of time, because a lot of time we're going to waste convincing each other of how is this thing going to affect a child in Kofimvaba or a child in Orange Farm or a child. So whatever decision we make, it must be impactful to this particular person that we want to touch. So that's where we're going to spend time convincing each other. So that is why the department, when we tell them, they don't like us much, the people of the department, because when we tell them this thing, they say, yeah, Steve, we don't speak to them well, or are disrespecting them. You know, when we ask them, but this thing as in belief, you know. So, but yeah, thank you very much, department, for coming. If you can give us the opening remarks, I think they were quite good, and that Mabuse. If you can send them to us in writing. The team from the minister, thank you very much. I hope you have also taken note that there are certain things that I'm sure you've heard them. They are frustrated. They are working with frustrations. And I think the minister can help with the instructions to the department, do X, Y, and Z. Let's take advantage of this project Phoenix thing. It's a good thing. So maybe because of time, CFO, we did not sell it properly. We must create a video where we speak about the benefits of what is this thing, what are the benefits, how can you leverage on it, how can different departments do. Just a 5 minutes video, 6 minutes, selling this idea, and let's share it wide. And where can it be found? You know, how can people access this thing? Is it on the website of SAQA? Is it an app on its own? Is it, you know? Let's do so, but let's go present it to the department, to the minister. So, to the minister, let's go present it there. I'm sure you will hear what I'm hearing when you guys are speaking, and there will be some support that comes from the minister. Team from Parliament, thank you very much, and CHE, I've already thanked you. With, I must say to Dr. Witt Green, I must tell him. We thank him for not coming. We will see each other with him next year. We wanted him to be here. We did write to him. I did write an apology asking to be excused. We refused, but he decided not to come. Yeah, so we'll see each other with him maybe next year. Thank you very much, colleagues. I hope I've thanked everybody, members. I hope Parliament TV, thank you very much for visualizing this moment. You know, we'll go back to it when we meet with. Let me just whisper at you, colleagues. So when we prepare for our meetings with you guys, we go back to this 8-hour, 9-hour meetings. We look at what did we say on this one, what was the time frames. So we prepare. So sometimes our colleagues don't believe us. So I tell them, although I did not say it here because I knew here we are dealing with people who understand ethics. But normally, before I give members to ask questions, I tell you guys, when they ask you a question, they already know the answer. So be honest. So today I did not say it because I know ethics here is not really a problem. But when the others, you can see them. When they enter here, you can see you're always going to lie. So I warn them, don't do this. And then they still lie, by the way. And then when you ask them, okay, but you said this thing. Here's a document that you presented to us. You know, on Wednesday I was at pains telling a senior government, a senior department official, or you even answered what we did not ask you. The question was, how long does the ministerial approval take and when will it come? Not department. They come in. You see, here, it was not a ministerial issue. It was a capacity constraint of the college. This college is, your college was put, the Majuba College and Hartsband. It's damaged them. They could not exercise 150 something million. And then after that I asked, what was the question? Zondo asked the question again. He asked the question. You know, because the minister is here, she's changing what they've given to us. We have a document they gave to us on the 4th, on the 3rd. Yeah, they presented to us on the 3rd of September. We have a document. And when I open it, I say, this is the document, this is what it says, all of these things, this is what. So what are you saying? Which one is it? Is it that one that is a lie or what we are saying now? Says, no, I answered what I have not asked. That's not the question. Answer, which one is it? Tomorrow we'll be accused in that the Mabuse, that we are not talking to you right. Let's not do that, David. Let's not do that, colleagues from the department. Let's not be creative with the truth. This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you very much.